All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, I'm Aaron Yao. I'm the designated federal officer, the DFO for the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. In my role as DFO, I'd like to formally open this public meeting. The CASAC is an independent expert federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The CASAC is empowered under the Clean Air Act to provide independent advice to the EPA administrator on the scientific and technical bases for EPA's national ambient air quality standards. FACA and EPA policy require that CASAC meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register, and that substantive deliberations and interactions with EPA and the public be conducted in open sessions where DFO is present to ensure that the requirements of FACA are met. FACA also requires that public meetings provide an opportunity for public comment. There is a public comment period noted on the agenda where members of the public have registered in advance to make oral comments. Written public comments have also been received and were distributed to the panel and posted on the meeting webpage. There will be another opportunity for additional clarifying comments towards the end of the panel deliberations tomorrow. Please register with me if you'd like to make an additional clarifying comment. Minutes will be prepared to summarize discussions and action items in accordance with the requirements of FACA. I will work with the chair to certify the minutes and have them posted on the CASAC website. The CASAC consists of special government employees appointed to EPA to their positions. As government employees, the members are subject to all applicable ethics laws and implementing regulations. The SAB staff office has determined that advisors participating in this meeting have no financial conflicts of interest or appearance of a loss of impartiality under the federal ethics regulations pertaining to the topic of this meeting. I'd now like to turn the meeting over to Mr. Tom Brennan, Director of the SAB staff office, and then over to Dr. Leanne Shepard, Chair of the CASAC.
Thank you, Aaron, and welcome everyone to this meeting of the CASAC NAAQS PM panel. I'd first like to thank my colleagues from the EPA Office of Air for all the hard work that they've done to make this day possible. There's several of them in the room today. They're going to be contributing to the meeting, and we want you to know we appreciate all the work that went into this policy assessment. I'd like to thank the panel for your public service. Your work preparing for and participating in this meeting is really beneficial to the EPA and to the country, so thank you very much. I'd like to thank our contractor, Indina, and the entire team that I work with the SAB staff office. It takes a lot of logistics to pull a meeting like this off, and everyone's worked very hard. And a special thanks, of course, to Aaron Yao. In addition to being a busy time for CASAC and for Office of Air and ORD, it's also an extremely busy time for Aaron, and he's done a great job keeping up. And finally, specifically to our chartered CASAC members, this has been a really fast-paced year, and I want to thank you for your service. And I know how hard you all have been working, and we really appreciate it. And now I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Dr. Leanne Shepard.
Thank you, Tom. And welcome to everyone. I'd like to welcome EPA staff, members of the public, and panel members to this public meeting for the purpose of reviewing the draft policy assessment for the oxides of nitrogen, sulfur, and PM secondary. Our goal today and tomorrow is to deliberate on the draft policy assessment and EPA's charge questions in order to develop our advice. So I'll review the agenda. We'll start with public comments. There's currently one registered speaker who has 5 minutes to speak. And after the speaker, panel members will have an opportunity to ask questions or make comments. After this public comment, EPA will introduce themselves and give a brief introduction to Chapter 1, followed by the panel discussion. I will invite each assigned panelist to comment in the order given on the agenda, and then I'll open it up to the entire panel for discussion. We will follow the same pattern for each chapter. I note that the times on the agenda are tentative, and we may move more quickly or more slowly than the times listed. I will also call for breaks in addition to those on the agenda. I expect to take a 15-minute break around 10 or 10:30 this morning. We also expect to take a longer break for lunch to ensure there's enough time to seek out food in the neighborhood. So we'll start with brief panel introductions. I'll go through the roster in alphabetical order, but I'll start by introducing myself. So I'm Leanne Shepherd, the Roman House Endowed Professor in Public Health Sciences at the University of Washington School of Public Health. I'm trained as a biostatistician, and my research focuses on understanding the health effects of environmental and occupational exposures, particularly through the lens of exposure assessment design. And most of my recent work has been on design and analysis of mobile monitoring studies, particularly for the study of ultrafine particles. So now moving to the panel, first up is Praveen Amar.
Thank you. I'm Praveen Amar, and I'm working as an independent consultant. History with respect to this panel, I served on the committee, I think started in 2008, that's a long time ago, and that finished in 2012. And then, of course, this panel, I'm trained as an engineer and a scientist, a PhD in engineering, and I worked mostly in the science policy arena all my life. I worked in the state of California, a resources board for a long time. Then moved from California all the way to Boston to work for NISCROM, Northeast States for Coordinated Air Use Management, which is a science policy forum for New England states, plus New York and New Jersey. Then I also worked with Clean Air Task Force, another environmental group. And so I have generally been involved in writing reports on control technologies and atmospheric processes. Really, the key thing I've done is to translate all the complicated science to what states can do or should do and have done. So that's my life.
Thank you, Praveen. Next up is Doug Burns. I think Doug's on Zoom.
Yes, hi. I'm Doug Burns. I am.
We can't hear you, Doug.
Oh,
Mute.
You're not muted, but maybe try again.
can you hear me now?
Hmm.
I'm not muted.
We see you speaking.
Yeah.
Working earlier.
Yeah, it seemed to you introduce yourself earlier too.
Yeah. No sound. Why don't you try someone else who's on Zoom?
Still can't hear you. Should we move on? I'm looking at the technical support people. Should we move on and we'll come back to you, Doug, at the end. Next up is Lorraine Chestnut.
Hi, I'm Lorraine Chestnut, and I'm an economist specializing in natural resource and environmental economics, particularly quantification of non-market benefits of pollution regulations, including human health and public welfare and visibility. And I'm based in Colorado.
Thank you. Judy Chow next.
I am Judy Chow, research professor at Bethel Research Institute, and that we're part of University of Nevada Higher Educational System. That my research interests have been in atmospheric sciences, including ambient monitoring, source characterization, chemical analysis, data analysis, and receptor modeling, source apportionment. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next is Charles Driscoll.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Charlie Driscoll. I'm at Syracuse University Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, and my expertise is in biogeochemistry of different types of ecosystems and effects of air pollution and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvonne Fernandez, is he on yet? No. And Davin Hens, he is not on yet either. Okay. Bob Hallworth.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, not on. We need to skip Zoom for now, Bob. We can't hear you either. The technical support people are working on it. So I'll keep going through the people in the room, and then we'll come back to you, those of you on Zoom. Donna Kensky.
Hi, I'm Donna Kensky, formerly of Lake Michigan Air Directors Consortium. And my background is in statistics and air quality modeling.
I'm also adjunct faculty at University of Illinois at Chicago. Okay. Great, thank you. Bill McDowell.
Good morning, Bill McDowell, University of New Hampshire, Department of Natural Resources and the Environment, biogeochemist by training, and have focused my entire career actually on linking land and water, including effects of atmospheric deposition, watershed disturbance, human manipulation of the landscape.
Thank you. Hans Pearl.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hans Pearl. I'm with the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. I'm located at the Institute of Marine Sciences in Morehead City. And I'm an aquatic ecologist, also interested in the freshwater to marine continuum like Bill, with particular interest in issues of nutrient enrichment and over-enrichment, eutrophication, and harmful algal blooms. So my connection here is with the input of nutrients from on this panel.
Thank you. Rich Perot.
I'm Rich Perot. I'm retired at the end of 2015. I was formerly the head of planning for the Vermont Air Quality and Planning section of the Agency of Natural Resources there. I was a former member of the statutory CASAC committee way back when, and I think this is my 10th, 11th, or 12th CASAC panel, depending on whether you count the ones that I was fired from.
Alexandra.
My name is Alexandra Panek-Gonzalez. I'm an associate professor in the Department of City and Metropolitan Planning. So nice to have a planner next to me here. And I'm also a curator in the Natural History Museum of Utah. I am interested in air quality interactions with ecosystems, and I've been focusing more recently on particulate matter deposition to urban trees and forest ecosystems.
Thank you. And so now are we ready to introduce the people on Zoom? Let's try it. So going back to the beginning, Doug Burns.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Doug Burns. I am a research hydrologist with the U.S. Geological Survey. I work out of the New York Water Science Center. My areas of expertise are primarily biogeochemistry and hydrology, and I study the effects of anthropogenic activities on water resources and ecosystems.
Thank you. Let's see, Frank Gilliam. He's there. Yeah.
Yes. Do we want to go back to Bob, or you want to just? We missed Bob Howard.
Oh, did I skip somebody?
Yes.
No. I'm going alphabetically, so go
Okay,
ahead.
that's fine. So I'm Frank Gilliam. I'm at the University of West Florida. Most of my research that is relevant to this CASAC was when I was at Marshall University in West Virginia, where I did work on effects of excess nitrogen on forest biogeochemistry and herbal air dynamics, as well as soil nitrogen dynamics as well.
Thank you. Next up is Bob Howard.
Thank you. Good morning. Bob Howarth, on the faculty at Cornell University. I'm also an adjunct senior scientist at the Marine Biological Lab in Woods Hole, Massachusetts. I'm a biogeochemist, an aquatic ecosystem scientist. I've spent the last 40 years working on nitrogen biogeochemistry, including sources from agriculture, but also urban sources. And I've worked on the consequences of nitrogen on both coastal, marine, and freshwater ecosystems. Heavily involved at the moment in looking at ammonia deposition coming both from vehicle sources as well as from agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Stephen Schwartz on right now? No. Last up, Kathleen Weathers.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kathleen Weathers. I'm a senior scientist at the Carey Institute of Ecosystem Studies in Millbrook, New York. I am a former member of CASAC, and I've also been on this panel a few times. I'm a biogeochemist. I look at air, land, water interactions. And way back when I worked on empirical models of atmospheric deposition and before TDEP with a particular focus on cloud and fog inputs in mountainous terrain. I've also worked on effects of atmospheric deposition on terrestrial and aquatic systems.
Thank you very much. I think I'll turn the meeting over to Aaron now to introduce our public speaker.
Okay, so we're going to move to the public comment period time. We do have one public commenter this morning, Michael Bell with the National Park Service. Michael, you will have 5 minutes and you will have a visible and audible timer here.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Well, hello all. My name is Mike Bell. I'm an ecologist with the National Park Service Air Resources Division. I'm making this comment today to expand on the written comments that our office submitted last week. The National Park Service Air Resources Division is tasked with monitoring air pollution within national parks and identifying harm it causes to park ecosystems. These actions are in support of the NPS's legal mandates for natural resource preservation and support the NPS responsibilities to protect Class 1 national parks under the Clean Air Act. First, the National Park Service appreciates the effort undertaken by the EPA to evaluate the impacts of nitrogen and sulfur air pollution on public welfare in the U.S. We believe that developing a robust secondary standard will be a crucial tool in helping to protect and restore damaged park ecosystems. Although we believe the policy assessment can be strengthened by taking more published data into account when determining what ecosystems are impacted by nitrogen and sulfur pollution, and being more clear about what ecosystem processes are impacted at the recommended design values. I refer you to our written comments for details and additional recommendations, but I'm going to focus on those two things today. So we at the NPS have been using critical loads of nitrogen and sulfur to assess ecosystems for over a decade. We've recently launched a new online tool that summarizes newly available critical load data for each of the national parks where data exists. This tool has nitrogen response data for 8 different ecological components and sulfur response data for 5 different ecological components. We then use the EPA-derived TDEP total deposition to classify the condition of a park's resource as either good, fair, or poor. Within our comments, we describe the level of response of each ecosystem component that triggers the appropriate rating, but broadly, the cutoffs between a good and fair condition occurs when the initial critical load that's in the literature is exceeded, and then the cutoff between a fair and poor condition is when increasing harm occurs to that component. These thresholds have been developed in concert with the EPA and Forest Service scientists using publications based on national scale data sets for herbaceous species, lichen communities, and tree growth and tree survival. Additionally, we're using regional data sets for mountain lakes and alpine ecosystems. Based on the current nitrogen deposition from TDEP, 84% of national parks units within the contiguous US, including 91% of Class 1 parks, have at least one exceedance and are classified as fair or poor condition. For sulfur, it's a little bit better, where we have 79% of national park units and 89% of Class 1 areas having at least one exceedance of a sulfur deposition condition. And then within our written comments, we provide summaries of the conditions for each ecosystem component so you can see the diversity of the expected responses. There are some concerns within the PA of data uncertainty, specifically around the tree data set, but we feel that these large data products are well suited for a national analysis such as this, as they use data from the entire range of a species or community to develop the relationships between deposition and ecosystem response. For example, there are over 9,000 data points in the lichen data set across all forested ecosystems and climates in the US. And the tree species data ranges from 2,000 to 12,000 individual trees, which helps encompass the range of environmental and soil conditions a species might experience. Thus, when a signal of the nitrogen or sulfur impact comes through in these analyses, we feel it represents a strong metric from which you can base a national secondary standard. In regard to the relationships between the design values and deposition, we don't believe that the level of detail provided in the PA is adequate to evaluate the claims the EPA makes regarding how concentrations will protect sensitive ecosystems. The document doesn't describe the range of deposition in relation to each value and fails to disclose the aspects of public welfare that would be protected with each decision. The document also doesn't make clear which of the figures the relationships are being based on, nor equations being used to relate concentrations to expected deposition and level of harm. Additionally, given how national parks are dispersed across the country, we believe it would be valuable for the concentration and deposition relationships to be plotted spatially to show and ensure that there's geographically consistent protection. Based on our interpretation of the figures, we're concerned that the current design values will not be protective enough of park ecosystems. We believe that the additions of this information, as well as the detail provided within our written comments, will provide the EPA administrator with more appropriate levels of information from which to set a secondary standard. Thank you very much for your time and considering these comments in your response.
Thank you very much for your comments. Now I open it up to the panel for any clarifying questions or comments following up. Nobody on Zoom either. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So apparently one of our panelists has also joined now. So Stephen Schwartz, may I invite you to introduce yourself?
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm getting an echo on the Zoom system. I don't know why.
We're hearing you fine here in the room.
Okay, I'll just ignore it. Good morning. I'm Stephen Schwartz. I'm a senior scientist emeritus now at Brookhaven National Laboratory. I have previously served on CASAC, and I'm privileged to be invited back, and I consider it an honor as well as a social contribution on my part. My expertise ranges from acid deposition. I did a lot of work on that in my earlier years, atmospheric aerosols, including their contributions to visibility impairment, and both of which fit squarely in the purview of the present document. I do wish to simply say at this point that I'm very pleased with the presentation and detail and quantity of information that was in the document that we've been asked to review. I do have some concerns, which I've expressed in my written comments, and at the appropriate time, I hope I'll be able to give a brief summary of that. So I think I didn't hear the other introductions, so I don't have a role model for this, but I think that perhaps introduces myself here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. And we will make sure that you have plenty of opportunity to speak during the meeting. That's an important job that we have today, is to make sure that all of our perspectives are aired in public. So now I think we're at the place in the agenda where we invite the EPA to come up to the front, introduce themselves, and give us a brief introduction for Chapter 1 before we begin the panel discussion.
It's proof that it takes a village. Thank you. Let me start by introducing myself and the folks up here. We will be bringing other folks up during the course of the day. I'm Erica Sasser. I am the Division Director responsible for the National Ambient Air Quality Standards Program. My division is called the Health and Environmental Impacts Division. And all of these folks are key folks on the NAAQS PM secondary team. So why don't I let them introduce themselves and then we'll circle back to the slides.
Good morning. My name is Karen Wesson. I am the group leader of the Ambient Standards Group. So my group leads the development of the policy assessments.
My name is Deidre Murphy. I'm in Karen Martin's group and have been involved in a number of reviews, including this one.
Hi, I'm Ginger Tennant. I'm also in Karen's group, and I'm the team lead for the NAAQS PM secondary review.
So we have a number of other folks here and we'll call them up as needed. I want to take a moment as we start to thank you all for being here. Some of you have made multiple trips to North Carolina in recent weeks and we greatly appreciate your presence and your engagement. And for those who are online, we thank you also for bearing with what I know can be a long couple of days through a virtual format. So thank you very much. And we look forward to your comments. We've read the preliminary comments and already a lot of really interesting questions and insights there. So thank you for submitting all of that ahead of time. We want to, at the beginning of each set of charge questions, we want to take a few minutes to hit some of the highlights of the chapter, why we made the choices we made, give you a moment to ask questions if there are fundamental uncertainties or questions about what we did or why. And we will bring other experts up as needed to answer those questions as we go through the document. So with chapter one, the goal of chapter one is really to lay out the framework for the review and to set the stage for how we approached it. And I want to hit a couple of points. I did mention these in our intro meeting, but I want to hit them again, partly because they came up in comments. Just as a reminder, the Clean Air Act requires that we set and review the National Ambient Air Quality Standards every 5 years. And we are looking at both the underlying scientific criteria and the standards themselves. The Clean Air Act further says that the secondary standards should specify a level of air quality, the attainment and maintenance of which, in the judgment of the administrator, is requisite to protect public welfare from known or anticipated effects associated with the presence of the pollutant in ambient air. And I think this is a critical point that we referenced in our opening session together, that EPA's interpretation of this language is that we are focused on standards that are based on concentrations of the pollutant in ambient air. For a deposition-based effect or series of effects, that is a challenge. So that's one of the challenges in front of us. There's further language in the Act defining requisite. Some of this comes also from court history of various cases where this has been litigated over the years. So requisite means sufficient, but not more protective than necessary. Clean Air Act does not require eliminating risk. We're setting a zero risk standard. And there's quite an array of welfare effects that we're focused on. Only some of those are subject of this review. I know the issue of visibility and where that came in was mentioned in the comments. Visibility is being handled separately as part of the PM review, which is currently under reconsideration. So here we're focused on effects on soils, water, crops, vegetation, and climate? No. First four, I think. Determining which effects are adverse to public welfare is a challenge. We're not looking at any adverse impact or any impact in one location. We are looking at national level effects that are considered adverse to the public welfare, considered broadly. It's a challenge. It leaves a lot of discretion up to the administrator at the end of the decision-making framework to set standards that in his or her judgment are requisite across the nation. The courts have provided some additional fine-tuning on that. Those considerations are listed here, including that we do not consider cost or the cost of implementing the standards, ease of implementation in setting, in making decisions about the levels and forms of the standards. With that, I'm going to turn it to Karen.
Okay, so the next slide, thank you. So chapter one also provides a little bit of context for the current review.
Just some history and some background on the standards. The current secondary standards were established based on direct effects of the pollutants in ambient air. So for SO2 and NO2 standards, historically, these standards focused on protecting against direct phototoxic effects on vegetation. And then for the PM standards, those have historically focused on protecting against visibility, climate, and materials damage effects. And as Erica mentioned, those effects are currently being assessed and included in the 2020 PM NAAQS reconsideration. So the current review, and in the document that we are discussing today, it is looking at the adequacy of the current secondary standards, which include the indicators of NO2, SO2, and PM 2.5 and PM 10. And it's looking at providing protection against both direct effects on vegetation as well as deposition related effects. So as a reminder, unlike the previous review, the 2012 review, this review includes the consideration of the adequacy of the PM standards in protecting against these direct as well as deposition related effects. And again, as discussed in the document, the inclusion of PM and an assessment of those standards here allows us to incorporate and assess the impacts of nitrogen deposition associated with particulate matter particles. And then last, just as a reminder, in this draft PA, we are considering the available scientific information that was included in the final ISA that was released in 2020. So on the next slide. So as we mentioned, this review is complicated. It's looking at multiple standards. This is just a nice reminder of what those standards are. Of course, the first column, we have what the actual criteria pollutant is. So it's sulfur oxides, PM, and nitrogen oxides. And then you can see for each of those, the indicator, as well as the averaging time, level, and form of those standards. So I won't go through all those, but it's a nice table, I think, to reference. And then this chapter also talks about schedule. So we are under a consent decree for completion of this review. And of course, we're here today, and then we have meetings scheduled again in September to discuss the advice letter. We have in the consent decree proposal decision signature dates of February 9th, 2024, and then final decision dates of December 10th, 2024. And with that, I think the next slide is, yes, it includes the charge question for this chapter. So let me stop there and see if there's any questions that we can answer.
Thank you very much to Erica and Karen. So let's open it up for panel questions before we go on. So Pravina, so I see you're up, and then Charles, and then after that, Doug online.
Karen, the previous slide, respect to NAAQS, if you go back, it says not limited to, something to that effect. If you could go back to the previous, I don't see it here.
So would you all put up the slides again?
Okay, is the next one? Yeah, the bullet, given the contribution of nitrogen compounds to PM, including but not limited to those related to oxides and nitrogen. I think, are you saying reduce nitrogen like ammonia? That's what you mean by limiting?
Right, so I think what we're trying to express is that when looking at the adequacy of the PM standards, it's all of the components of PM, right? So ammonium nitrate and ammonium sulfate are components of PM.
So would it be clear and more explicit by not writing this kind of legal language, but not limited to, but simply include, saying including reduced nitrogen compounds like ammonia? That will be a lot more clear, more explicit. I mean, that's the way I think.
All right, thank you. Charles?
So I had a clarification on the scope of the analysis. So concerning visibility, visibility is linked to PM. And you said that that was going to be evaluated in the PM PA. But is that decision concerning the PM standard? The visibility is also a component of the NAAQS PM secondary standard as well. So could you clarify whether visibility is on the table or not on the table in terms of this PA? Do you understand the question I'm asking? So it's a little confusing about the process. If you could clarify that, that would be helpful.
Sure. So yes, it's complicated, right? Because the oxides and nitrogen oxides and sulfur and PM overlap, right? I think we had that Venn diagram in the previous presentation. You can see how they overlap. So what we have done here in this review is we have focused on deposition-related effects to ecological systems and direct effects to ecological systems. We have taken the other impacts associated with PM or components of PM, right? The nitrates and the sulfates, and those are being assessed with respect to the secondary standards of PM in the 2020 review. So we've parsed them that way. So visibility is not being looked at in this review with respect to adequacy of the standards.
Okay, so as I understand it, and I'm certainly not an expert, the administrator is going to make a decision on this. Are the two reviews linked in terms of the administrator's decision, or is the decision going to be made based on this PA and then a separate decision based on this separate PM assessment? Do you understand where I'm coming from? It seems to me that visibility is a component of this, and even if it's redundant, it provides additional information on the motivation for controls of sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and PM, and therefore should be relevant. But correct me where I'm wrong on that.
So the adequacy of the PM standards and the associated components with those are being looked at both in the 2020 PM reconsideration as well as in this review. And we've parsed the impacts so that visibility is being looked at with respect to the adequacy of the protection provided by those standards in that review. So that review is ongoing. We just had a proposal on it, and there's a final coming up later this year. You want to?
Well, I was just going to say that as long as the underlying evidence base is consistent, I think, and we're looking at the same indicator, it's essentially both decisions are coming in front of the administrator. They're just coming through different documents, but they are coming simultaneously to him, one with PM as the indicator for visibility related effects. And there's a whole section of the PM policy assessment that deals with those effects and the contributing species that lead to PM impairment of visibility. That's all in the PM policy assessment. Here, we're looking at a different group of effects, but the underlying scientific information might be shared across the document. So
Okay, well, I didn't get that from the document, and maybe I missed it. It's a long document. We had limited time to look at it, but it would be good if it was transparent within section 1 that this information concerning visibility is handled in this document, and therefore this current PA is not addressing that, but concerns about that should be, so anyway.
we can look to clarify that.
Thank you, and that'll be important for us when we deliberate on chapter 1 to make sure that we bring that in for those who are assigned. But first, we have several people online and several more people in the room. So I think, Doug, you were next, and then we'll do Bob, and then we'll go back to the people in the room before we come back to Stephen.
Great. My question is related to the timing of scientific information. So the ISA, I believe, reviewed the relevant science through something like May 2017. And so over the course of this meeting, if members want to discuss scientific information that's become apparent after that date and not really summarized so well in the policy document, is that considered relevant? In other words, I'm just asking about the treatment of more recent scientific publications and data. You know, an example might be the statement we just heard from the National Park Service. They're discussing a critical loads tool that they consider to be very relevant, but it didn't exist 6 years ago. So I'm just curious about the timing of scientific information relevant to this assessment.
So we have focused, thanks, we have focused on what the scientific information that's in the ISA. If CASAC, if there are studies and literature that has been released since that close of the ISA, and the CASAC believes that that information is relevant, then we look to the CASAC to bring those studies forward and to tell us why they think they're important and relevant. So.
Yeah, and I'd like to elaborate on that a little bit in the sense that given the huge lag between this policy, the ISA and this policy assessment, I mean, it's always true that we can bring forward new literature and that is a job that EPA looks at us to do. But given this huge time lag, I think it's probably more important in this review than in previous reviews that we pay attention to recommending literature, because there's obviously a lot that's changed since 2017. So I encourage all of us to make sure that happens. So let's see, who did I say? Bob. Bob's next.
Thank you. I wanted to have a follow-up question on our general scope. The report as a whole addresses reduced nitrogen fairly often, but not systematically. And of course, we're the NAAQS PM panel. It doesn't include reduced nitrogen in there. I was on a former version of this panel, I believe back in 2016, and many of us in the panel were arguing strongly at that point that we need to pay much more attention to ammonia and ammonia deposition as it affects acidification, as it affects eutrophication, as it affects harmful algal blooms. But I'm just wondering if that's within the scope of what we'll be considering in these next 2 days. Thank you.
Right, so we are here to look at the pollutants that are included. So the Clean Air Act tells us that we must look at the criteria pollutants, right? So we are here today looking at oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur, and PM. So PM includes ammonium sulfate, ammonium nitrate, which is formed from ammonia. So it's a precursor to particulate matter. So I'm not sure if that helps, but I'm trying to, I guess it's complicated. And yes, reduced nitrogen is included with respect to the formation of the particulate matter, but no, we are not looking at ammonia, NH3, as a criteria pollutant.
Is it appropriate, given the nature of the change in science, particularly over the last decades, say, showing ammonia to be far more important than we might have thought, for us to, as an advisory panel, highlight that, even though it's not yet a priority pollutant? Or is that totally outside of our charge?
Thank you for that comment. I'll move to people in the room. So I guess Rich.
I just wanted to make a quick follow-up on Charlie's point. My understanding is that the recent or currently so-called ongoing PM NAAQS review really didn't take up visibility very seriously. There was a huge focus on the primary health effects in that fairly hurriedly contrived effort. So I don't really think it's fair to say, oh yeah, visibility is being addressed. The question I wanted to ask relates to the court-ordered deadlines that you guys are facing, and seems like it's a pretty short time fuse. And so should that be constraining the kind of advice we give in terms of sending you back and saying, we think a lot more work is needed, or turning it around the other way? If you had advice from CASAC of that general nature, would that harm you in a way that you might respond to the pressure of the deadline?
So I think my answer to that, and if OGC wants to weigh in, they are welcome to do that. Our Office of General Counsel is here as well. I would say we would ask the CASAC not to be overly concerned with the legal issues. Those are our responsibility to deal with, and we want your advice. So whatever that is, we just ask that you give it to us, and we will then figure out how, as an agency, we have to navigate the legal constraints that we're working within.
Thank you. So I think Steve Schwartz is next.
Yes, thank you. A couple of questions, maybe more or less related. Some of the indirect effects of atmospheric aerosols beyond visibility, which is apparently being considered elsewhere, have to do with possible influences on agriculture, change of irradiance apportionment from direct beam to indirect, and that tends to influence, say, understory versus top leaf structures in forests, and can influence agriculture. I don't think it's a real big issue, but I'm wondering whether an explicit statement that this has been considered and is considered not worthy of further concern, just such an explicit statement of that might be valuable in the report. I don't think I saw anything of that sort. And perhaps to some extent, ditto on climate. If there are influences of atmospheric aerosols in terms of Earth radiation budget, and to what extent it's within the purview of this document and the administrator's consideration of PM standards to explicitly state we are not considering climate, or we think the climate effects are de minimis and don't have to deal further with them. If I don't think I saw anything of that sort in the report. And as I say, related, we've all, or many of us, have experienced the recent smoke episodes associated with fires in Canada. I don't think EPA has any responsibility for that. I don't know that the Canadians can control it, but I don't know to what extent the report ought to say that despite potential health and welfare issues associated with that, with these fire smoke events, some of which are trans-international borders, what the responsibility is of EPA and of the administrator with respect to such events. Also, again, in terms of PM, a lot of emphasis rightly is being given to sulfates and nitrates, but a major component of PM composition is organic. And I don't know to what extent that has been addressed with all the focus being on sulfate and nitrate. So I raise these matters for your consideration and would welcome any response here or in some modification of the document. Thank you.
Any comments from EPA on that? No follow-up? Or Erica?
I think we hear clearly that we need to make sure that we're very clear what's in this policy assessment versus what's in the PM review. We will make sure that we are more, we offer some clarifying statements in the final draft.
That should
Yeah,
cover.
and a couple more flags are up, so we'll go to those. I just want to make it, and this, I'm not trying to shut off the discussion at all. We will obviously go through the assigned reviewers for this and then have a panel discussion advising EPA. And we're already coming up with some advice that obviously needs to be incorporated. My intent for this part was that we would get more clarifying questions of EPA, but it seems like we're doing that and deliberating both. But go ahead, Hans, and
yes, thank you. I'd like to follow up on Bob Howarth's comments about ammonium. Are we, and also that we move forward with this issue in the future. Bob and I were both on the panel last time, and we brought up the ammonium issue. And, you know, from a both biogeochemical and ecological perspective, if we're going to be concerned about impacts on water quality, livability, human health issues like that, you know, I would strongly second Bob's recommendation that we do consider ammonium, if not in the task that we've been given, but also in the write-up that we do as a sort of opinion in order for us to move forward on this issue, because I think we're in agreement that ammonium is a very large and increasing nitrogen form. And you know, it's important in the PM, but also it's very important in terms of direct deposition and impacts on water quality. So if we're allowed to do that, I think we, you know, Bob and I would probably team up with some statements along those lines.
yeah, so thank you for that. I would say that we are not restricted to responding to the charge questions. We're allowed to provide whatever advice we think is important. And so I do ask that you and Hans and Bob, you choose one of you to take the lead and provide some consensus comments on this topic, and we'll figure out where it fits in our report.
I think we can combine our comments and relate that to the overall comments that are going to come out of particularly chapter 4 and 5.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I think Judy was next, and then Praveen, and then hopefully we can go to the assigned reviewers.
Yeah, I agree with Hans and Bob in terms of the importance of ammonia, that you can't really deal with the secondary standard without considering ammonia either way. So I just want to follow up on Rich's comment about the visibility. When I was on the PM panel, I remember that we had some discussion about the best view and the different way to do the night extinction budget, but we were told that they would deal with in this panel in terms of PM and secondary. So I didn't comment on this in my individual comment because I wasn't sure what happened. I felt they maybe get lost in somewhere in the process, because the Park Service comments reminded me that it is really important to address this issue. So if EPA think it's not appropriate, we might really want to draw a line there, because it is part of the public welfare, it's a visibility impairment, and it's an important issue for all the national park, including Class 1 area. So then, and then it is important for us to have this database, like database for address both PM and the NAAQS secondary standard.
Thank you, Judy. So Praveen, you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. I just want to keep it short. Back to ammonia, one thing, I think Karen, you said something about legal issues and that you would handle at EPA, and we do the science thing here. But I think this report itself does talk about there's not a lot of NOx anymore and not a lot of sulfur, so ammonia kind of has no place to go except ammonia. So ammonia falls as ammonia. And maybe there's a solution here, and I think I heard what Hans said. The previous review, we had a kind of smart way to address ammonia without controlling ammonia, so to speak. We said ammonia will be taken into account. Those were the words in 2012 review. And so what you do with respect to SOx and NOx has to take into account what you're not doing for ammonia, because it's not a criteria pollutant. I recognize that, but there was a way then to address it, if you recall. So just bring to your attention the past way. Ted Russell was the chair then, and we tried to kind of, address ammonia by not addressing ammonia explicitly. That's all.
Any follow-up from EPA on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just mention, I know in the last review, in looking at the AAI, there was a constant included that had some relevance to ammonium. Yeah, so.
All right, I think I'm not seeing any more hands up. So now we will move to the, as we're listed in the agenda, to our official deliberation on chapter 1. Clearly, we've been doing a fair amount of deliberation already. And so I turn it back over to Lori Chestnut to start us off.
Thanks, Nan. First off, I wanted to say this chapter sets a really good, succinct overview of the history of the secondary standards and a good context. And I think a lot of the panel's comments support that. I think there's some places where some additional information would be helpful, specifically saying a little bit more about what the effects, that each of the previous secondary decisions were based upon. The welfare effects are so broad and varied. I think it's helpful to not just say what the standard is and a general title, but specifically, are there certain species? Are there certain locations? Are there, what are the protections intended that these standards were based on? And especially with the bringing in particulate matter now, that secondary standard, it needs some discussion of what the rationale was for setting it. There's a mention of visibility, but I'm not sure that was, I don't know. What was the rationale for setting that secondary standard? So we know what was intended to be included, at least in the standards that have already been set, as we look further to this. And I think, I know this is a ambient air quality standard review, but I think it'd be useful, because this is focused on deposition, to say something about the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments and the acid rain program. I know it's kind of ancient history, but it was a huge undertaking that was specifically focused on reducing the effects of acid deposition. And I think as we've looked at these, looked at everyone's comments further, it also brings clearly forward that it's been a long time recognized, whether, I know that administrator has to make the final judgment about adverse effects, but Congress set statutes specifically to address this, not through the NAAQS, but through emission reduction programs. And because it was recognized as a really harmful thing that was happening. So I think, not the whole history, but a couple paragraphs will help give context and support the recognition, I think is strong, that the effects of acid deposition are significant, harmful, whatever words you want to use. So that's my main things on the first chapter.
All right, thank you. Next up is Praveen. Do you have more comments to share?
Couple of points. It's a good introduction, readable, but my major point right at the beginning, I think this document, large, written by a number of people, I'm sure, at EPA, it needs editing. It needs technical editing, it needs scientific editing, and I find it hard to read. So my suggestion is, within EPA, get an editor, third-party brutal editor who kind of goes through the whole report and tries to make it readable. I mean, you do make a point that it's written so that it's understandable to a broad audience. I mean, that's what it says on page 13. And I don't think it's readable to a broad audience. I consider myself as a member of that audience. So that's one. The other point, I just want to make sure the words we use quite often in this report, or this document, quantitative analysis and quantitative analysis. I think you mean what we used to mean risk and exposure assessment, because that was what was the quantitative assessment, connecting quantitative exposure to quantitative risk. I think that's what it is, but it's not clear to me. You use those words, quantitative assessment, quite often, but I think that's what you mean. If you do, then say so. And the other major point, reading this report, not this chapter, but many others too, those two words, uncertainty and limitations, those appear lots of places. And my sense is, that those words, uncertainty and limitations, so whatever we're doing here, they don't add to this report as much as they subtract from it. I suggest, maybe not a good suggestion, others may have opinions, someplace, maybe one place, we just talk about, the word of uncertainty and limitations and what that means for EPA, what that means for this PA, what that means for the administrator down the road. And I speak with some history. The 2012, when we proposed that AI standard, a dozen years ago, EPA then, under Administrator Lisa Jackson, you decided we don't want to go there because there was too much uncertainty. And so I'm always afraid of the word uncertainty unless you tell me what to do about it. I work in policy, and uncertainty doesn't make me afraid. I kind of say what to do versus saying here's uncertainty, and it's everywhere. It's in models and ecosystem effects. It's in TDEP everywhere. So what to do is more important for me than that it's here. So those are the three comments. If quantitative analysis mean REA, then maybe say so. That's the way I thought. And also recall this review, we do not have REA. We had ISA. Then we had what we called, I think then PD, policy planning document for REA 2017, 2018. But I don't think we prepared on REA. Am I right? If we don't have it, I guess REA is part of this PA now. And what you call quantitative analysis maybe are the words instead of REA. If that is, then just say so. I'm a big supporter of be clear, hold our hand. So when I'm reading, I'm happy to give you lots of time to read for myself, but just be kind to me. That's it.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from any members of the panel? Charles.
So I had two additional comments. The first one is I would like to amplify Praveen's comment on uncertainty. I mean, throughout the document, you indicate qualitatively that this is uncertain, that is uncertain, but you're not very quantitative about key aspects of uncertainty, key issues concerning competence in terms of values, observations, things like that. So I think even though you characterize uncertainty, as Praveen said, everything has a certain degree of uncertainty, and I think it would be helpful to the reader of the document, which is presumably the primary audience is the administrator, to try to indicate clearly what the major sources of uncertainty are and whether they're significant or not. Because as it stands now, somebody had in their comments, there is hundreds of words of uncertainty, and it's hard to really take them seriously the way it's the way that the document is indicated. The other point I wanted to make, which I made in my comments and I've made previously in times I've been on this committee, is about whether a standard could be based on deposition rather than ambient air concentrations. You go through in chapter 6 a lot of evaluations to relate deposition to ambient air concentrations, and there are huge limitations associated with that. And, you know, I've had arguments with people about why we couldn't have a deposition-based standard. And I've never really been convinced that that's the case based on the wording of the Clean Air Act. It seems to me that it's sufficiently vague that it could encompass deposition if the agency wanted to go down that path. But obviously the agency doesn't want to go down that path. And but I think it would be helpful for this, because of the clear disconnect between ambient air concentrations and deposition, to make a stronger statement and a clear statement as to why a standard could not be deposition based, why it has to be ambient, based on ambient air concentrations, given all the limitations of that. I think that that would be a service, well, to the entire community, frankly.
Thank you, Rich.
I'd like to recall a quote from a previous CASAC committee that I think is relevant here. EPA had been considering a secondary fine particle standard for protecting visibility, and CASAC commented that the strongest case for a secondary fine particle standard would be one that links the emissions of nitrogen oxides and sulfur oxides with the interrelated aspects of acidic deposition, possible climatological effects, and visibility. And they further noted that it might be more efficient to consider a common standard linked to fine particles than to establish a separate set of controls for each of these problems and pollutants. So those were CASAC's words of advice 40 years ago, 10 years before we even had the primary fine particle standard. Second comment and last one on this is you referred to the American Farm Bureau Federation case that essentially challenged EPA's sort of systematic rubber stamping of the primary standard and calling the secondary standard the same as the primary, and indicate and without supporting why that was offering sufficient protection. And then the report goes on to say that you responded to that in the following PM NAAQS setting process. So my comment is, I really think you only partially responded to it, because the administrator did set a secondary PM standard that was different from the primary PM standard, but it was set at a weaker level. Primary was 12 and the secondary was 15 as an annual average. Furthermore, that was entirely and totally inconsistent with anything that was in the ISA, the Urban Focused Visibility Assessment, the policy assessment, and even the draft notice of public rulemaking, all of which had different indicators, averaging time levels, and forms. So by partially responsive, I mean you didn't explain at all why setting the secondary standard at that different level provided any level of protection. And then I wanted to end, though, with a question generally, can anybody explain to me what purpose is served by having a secondary standard set at a more lenient level than a primary standard? If a primary standard has to be attained within a fixed period of time, and a secondary standard has no time fuse associated with it, what good can it possibly ever do anywhere to have a secondary standard set more leniently than a primary standard?
Does EPA want to respond to that?
I would suggest that that is not the right question. The question is, what standard is requisite to protect against the effects that we're considering? So the level of the primary standard is irrelevant to a decision on the secondary standard. It has nothing to do with the decision. The decision is what is needed to protect against, in this case, the effects on vegetation and deposition related effects. That's the only question. It might be our job then to go back and figure out and this is something that has, I think, complicated some of the other reviews. In some instances where we have identified a target level of protection, there's more than one way to meet a target level of protection. So we do sometimes then look at the design of the standard and consider whether a primary standard, a secondary standard that mimics in form the primary standard essentially provides the target level of protection. But that's a second order question. The first order question is what level of effect is considered adverse to public welfare and needs to be protected against? And from there, we could design more than one standard that would achieve that level of protection.
Right? If the standard will serve absolutely no function, why have it? I mean, if you determine that, okay, here's the level of something that's necessary or adequate to protect public welfare, and yet it ends up being at a more at a higher concentration than something that the primary standard already controls, what point? Why even bother to set the standard? Just say that these effects will be more than covered by the primary standard, because of course they are in this case.
I don't know if OGC wants to weigh in, but I think our answer to that is the Clean Air Act is very clear that we have to set both. So it's not an elective decision on our part to decline to set a secondary standard. We have to set them, and we have to set them based on the underlying scientific evidence and the legal requirements appropriate for secondary standards. David, if at any point David Orland is our general counsel on this, if he wants to weigh in, I invite you, David, to come up. But
It appears he's staying in the back of the room. So, Bill, you wanted to comment? Oh, I go ahead, and then Kathleen is next, and Stephen's after that.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to return to this discussion of certainty. Well, now I've tipped my hand. Uncertainty. I think we're doing the community a disservice, and it's not helping to understand uncertainty, to focus on uncertainty while at the same time ignoring certainty. And so I give us the example of SO2 emissions and sulfate deposition. The relationship is getting more uncertain. And the reason for that is that there's such a strong relationship when the air is really dirty and SO2 is high, that clearly ties directly to sulfate deposition. So I think it would help in framing the whole process, which is, this document is a lot of sort of higher level than this study showed this and that. Frame the process by trying to give perhaps even equal weight to what we're pretty certain about, and make that of equal value or equal level of focus as with the uncertainty. Because, and then to explore the uncertainty which is generated by this radical change in a good way of our SO2 emissions and deposition environment. It's like, well, maybe when this all started, yes, we should be measuring SO2 as the primary indicator for what is the SO2 level. But that doesn't mean that directly measuring SO2 is the best way to decrease the uncertainty of what actual SO2 emissions are, which are distributed. They're not only around the sensors. It's like, well, maybe the deposition network provides an equally useful approach to understanding SO2 as does direct measurement, because of the changes which we're certain have occurred over time. So I think this sort of bigger picture of the trajectory over time is needed, and that there's too much emphasis on, well, we're uncertain about this little thing, but we're ignoring the things we're really pretty certain about in that assessment.
All right, thank you for that. Kathleen, sorry, I skipped you previously.
Not a problem. I agree with Bill, actually, and Praveen about uncertainty and framing uncertainty. But what I wanted to say was to underscore what Charlie Driscoll said about deposition, and ideally thinking about ecological effects, in particular, having a deposition standard makes sense. But I wanted to hear from EPA about whether Charlie's suggestion that the way that the Clean Air Act is written now, it wouldn't disallow deposition. So I'm curious about the answer to that question.
Okay, does that mean we ask OGC to come up to the front of the room now? They can't stay in the back. Okay.
I mean, what I can say is historically, EPA has interpreted the reference to air quality to refer to a measurement of air quality, right? As I understand it, I am just a lawyer, not a scientist, right? A deposition-based standard is going to be measuring pollutant on the ground, right? And I have never understood how you're going to set an air quality standard that is going to be a deposition, right? Like that's just incommensurable in our view historically. That air quality has been a concentration. It's a measure of the concentration of the pollutant in the air in some sense.
So historically, the focus has been on primary standards, and the effects for secondary standards have been focused on direct effects. The concern about deposition, although it's been around for a long time, it hasn't really been addressed only, well, I mean, the Clean Air Act has been around for a very, very long time, but really in terms of concerns about acid rain, that was the first time that deposition was really coming to the fore, and there was emphasis on it. So don't you think that part of the problem is just the history, that you're doing it the way it's always been done? And the trouble is ecosystems, their exposure is based on deposition, not only instantaneous deposition, but long-term deposition. So I think a more rational approach, and I have argued this for decades, frankly, it would make more sense to just bite the bullet and say, this would be the best way to manage this as a deposition based. Now I understand there's a lot of complexities and there's litigation and so on and so forth, but you're going to get litigated both ways, right? So I mean, it's just, I'm giving you advice, and I've been doing this for a long time. I just don't understand. it seems to me that going through these efforts of basing them on concentration, it just creates a lot of uncertainty. And in measured values, you can see that that's not the way the landscape works. And there's a lot of temporal and spatial variation and complexities that come into play to relate a concentration to a deposition, which is highly variable across the landscape. So it just seems like you're putting a round peg into a square hole, I mean, it's just, and so, okay, if you want to go down that path, which you've done before, fine. But I think you need to lay a stronger, groundwork for that in the background of why you're going to do that. Because I think it flies in the face of, what Mike Bell talked about in terms of what the Park Service is doing in terms of establishing critical loads. Critical loads are embraced in Europe, and we've done a lot of critical loads here in the US. Canada has embraced critical loads, and those are all depositionally based. So anyway, I'm just giving you my 2 cents. I don't understand it because it just seems like it flies in the face of the phenomena and the best way to protect ecosystems if that's what we're trying to accomplish. If you understand what I'm saying.
I do understand what you're saying, and certainly we can discuss this at more detail if that's the committee's advice. This is certainly not the first time that CASAC has been frustrated by the legal constraints of the Clean Air Act, and I certainly understand that a lot of times things don't make sense from a scientific perspective, and we are sort of forced to work within those constraints. We've had a little bit of that discussion with ammonia versus ammonium already this morning. I think that we have actually, we have looked at the language in 108, which basically says that we should look at all effects of the air pollutant. I'm sorry, it's all effects which may be expected from the presence of the air pollutant in the ambient air. And so we have said that deposition related effects are expected to result from the presence. And so that is how we've actually looked at deposition related effects. And I think that is, I'm not sure that everyone agrees with us that we should be doing that. And we actually, if you go back and look at the lead review, it was based very much on sort of a deposition based standard where we, had a relationship between air and deposition and then to blood lead. So, I think we do, we have wrestled with this in the past before, but we've never gotten to the point where we've said that a measure of air quality, deposition is a measure of air quality. That's just the line that we've not been able to cross today. But, we can certainly discuss it some more.
Could I make another comment pertaining to what Bill said? So one thing that I think would be very helpful to address this uncertainty issue, and you may not have this, but it would be something that maybe should be in a research needs, is to assess what is background. What would the air quality be if there were no anthropogenic inputs? So what would we aspire to? So if you get down closer and closer to this background value, the uncertainty is going to blow up. It's going to get huge, and that would help put this in perspective. So I think, that could be done with CMAQ or something like that. It may be something that may take years to develop, but I think that would be very, very helpful as we sort of move into this sort of new space of what to do under better and better air quality with other emerging things that affect PM and affect, nitrogen like ammonia and like dust and things like that, wildfires, things like that. So anyway, it's just a thought.
Thank you. And before we move on to Stephen, I want to make sure I really understand what we heard from OGC about deposition. I think what I heard is that you could go back and think about what the Clean Air Act says a little more deeply. And we're not doing a deposition-based standard because we never have. That's just history. Is that what I heard? Or have I translated that not accurately?
I will, no, what I meant to say is we've not done a deposition-based standard in the past because in the past, we have not thought that we could do a deposition-based standard. We're always open to going back and thinking about this, but I'm not going to represent to the committee that we're going to or be able to reach a different conclusion. Like this isn't a question that we haven't considered in the past. It's a question that we've thought about and always reached the same conclusion. But I'm not, you know, I don't want to rule out the possibility that people could reach a different conclusion.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Kathleen, are you wanting to follow up specifically on this conversation? I saw your hand waving.
Yes, but it's okay. I'll pass.
Okay, then I think we're back to Stephen.
Yeah, thank you. I'm at a handicap because I can't see the table tents and know who exactly it is that was speaking on this. The first comment I want to make is with respect to the point raised, I think, by Bill, to the effect of certainty versus uncertainty. I think the presentation in the document that shows the differences in deposition circa year 2000 versus circa year 2018 is a strong measure of certainty. And the agency, EPA, the Congress, all of us should take pride in the accomplishments that's been associated with implementation of the Clean Air Act. And that's something we can be very certain about. And I'm not sure that the document is really the place for heralding this triumph, but it is a real triumph. To Richard's point, why have a secondary standard that's more lenient than a primary standard is that the consideration has gone into it, and this is the standard that is necessary to protect welfare. And it turns out that it's not as stringent as the one that's to protect human health, but it's a lot of consideration has gone into that. And here's the result of that. And if it turns out to be more lenient, so be it. But it could have gone the other way. It could have been a more stringent requirement. And so that's part of the basis of standard setting. And I think it makes this whole exercise extremely important. So I think I'm disagreeing then with Richard to the point of why have a more lenient standard is the way it turns out. The gentleman from EPA, whose name I'm sorry I didn't get, was just speaking. I'm wondering whether there's this has to do with deposition standard versus air concentration standard. Does the legislation preclude a deposition standard, in which case we have to use an air concentration standard because we can't do, or EPA can't impose a deposition standard on account of because legislation doesn't permit it? Or is that permissible within existing legislation, in which case a strong argument can be made of let's go to a deposition standard. So that's I think in some sense a legal question. I'd like a clarification on that one. Thank you.
Back to you, EPA, OGC.
So fundamentally, the statute requires an air quality based standard. We have always understood an air quality based standard to be distinct from a deposition based standard. And I understand that, you know, some members of the panel may disagree with that conclusion, but that has been our historic position.
Well, if the legislation says you can only, I'm sorry, if the legislation,
go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if the legislation says you can only proclaim an air concentration standard, then we have no choice but to go that direction. If the legislation permits a deposition standard, then we should go that direction.
Thank you. Let's see, Kathleen. Did you want to say something?
I was just going to emphasize that was my question. So thank you, Steve, for putting it more clearly.
Okay. Bob, you had your hand up. Bob Haworth.
Yes, thank you. Just joining in on this discussion, and thank you, Charlie, for raising it. I'm not a lawyer, clearly, but from my standpoint as a scientist, deposition, it's, the council referred to deposition as measuring something that's on the ground, a concentration on the ground. It's not that at all, of course. It's a flux, and it's a measure of exposure, I would say, to the ecosystem. And so I would very much, from a scientific viewpoint, argue that deposition is a measure of air quality. So if the law allows an air quality standard, I would suggest that deposition is one of those, and that concentration isn't the only measure of air quality. So let me just throw that into the mix.
So one way of thinking about it is it's like an accumulation of the air quality. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I suppose you could call it the accumulation, but it's the rate of exposure. I would frame it, okay, really, to the ecosystem.
And that generated a few thoughts. So Bill and then Rich.
Yeah, just to follow on quickly, obviously the dry deposition component of total deposition is completely generated or largely generated from both the ambient air quality measurements as well as the conditions at the receiving surface. And so it's clearly related to air quality by definition.
My memory's a little fuzzy on this, but I'm pretty sure in the 1990 amendments, there was a requirement for EPA to conduct an acid deposition standard feasibility study. I think that was actually done. I remember the name Rona Birnbaum, Clean Air Markets Division, wrote the report. And here's where I get even fuzzier. I think it, obviously did not result in having one or recommending one at the time, but I remember talking to somebody about it who said they were pleased that Rona left the door open, that it might be reconsidered in the future. That's my very fuzzy memory, but there is a little bit of institutional history there. I just don't quite remember how, played out.
Thank you. And Praveen.
Yeah, thank you. I think, Charlie, you started this good discussion. I'm kind of confused, but I was going to ask David. I mean, here in 2023, if I heard you right, you said EPA did not think about deposition standards in the past because, no, putting words in your mouth, I'm sorry, because there was no, under the NAAQS, National Ambient Air Quality Standards, those are the words. It says ambient, it says air, it says quality. So I would say, well, that's in the air. It's ambient and the air. But we did go through this process in 2012, where we came close to saying what you need is a critical load-based standard translated into AAI and so on. And it went all the way to EPA administrator, and decision was made, yeah, but it's kind of uncertain. That's the U word there again. We needed more work. But we did go there. We did propose, and EPA did consider a deposition-based standard then, but chose not to use it because uncertainty was too high. Which is a different question, that you considered it, but uncertainty was too high, but you didn't say you cannot consider AAI, right? You did consider it. You meaning EPA.
We did consider AAI. Honestly, I would have to go back and look at how AAI was constructed, because I understand the purpose of AAI was to achieve a deposition-based control, but my recollection is that it was constructed as an air quality standard.
The rejection was based on uncertainty, not because it was a deposition-based standard.
Right, but I think what we tried to do in 2012, if I remember correctly, is to achieve a targeted level of deposition control.
Yes.
Based on an air quality measurement. So when I'm talking about an air quality standard, I'm thinking of a standard that we can measure compliance with using air quality monitors that we currently have in network. And I think AAI tried to do that, and it took data from those air quality monitors and fed them into a formula and produced a result that said you are in, your AAI value is compliant or not.
And the finding of EPA was not that, oh, you cannot do this because it's a deposition standard. Finding was we cannot do it because uncertainty is too high.
Right.
Which is a separate issue.
Yes, and what I tried to clarify is that we do interpret section 108 to allow us to look at deposition-related effects as a target of the standard. So we are allowed to construct a standard that will reduce impacts of deposition if we think those impacts are a threat to public welfare. What we have not historically done is have a standard where compliance is measured by measuring deposition. And I don't think AAI did that as best as I recall.
Thank you, Charlie.
So I think there's a good analogy that you might think about, and this deals with the Clean Water Act. So with the Clean Water Act, an approach that the EPA uses to protect ecosystems is developing what's known as a TMDL, total maximum daily load, and that is a flux-based assessment of what a ecosystem can tolerate. And that is, I think, very well vetted, but it really addresses the mass transfer of materials to ecosystems, which they are impacted by. And so I think that that type of approach is a much better metric. So anyway.
People need a break, and so maybe we'll take a break and then come back, and we have one of our panelists joined us, and we'll make sure that we've finished our discussion of chapter 1. So 15 minutes.
Hey, Will, can you hear me? Well, I don't think he's hearing me. Yes. I don't think he's hearing me. Yeah, like it's bleeding through there, but.
It wasn't hearing it in the room.
I guess I can.
So people could gather back to their seats. I know there's a lot to discuss, but we should be doing a bunch of it in public. All of it. Thank you. Aaron reminds me, all of it. All right, so we're not quite done with chapter 1, I don't think, but first apparently Ivan Fernandez has joined us. Is he still on? Oh, now, okay, so he's still on break. So let's see, there's, okay. Ivan, do you want to turn on your video and introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're not seeing you yet.
Yeah, I know the electrons are a little slow. I apologize. My name's, there I am. Ivan Fernandez from the University of Maine, and I apologize for the late, oh, I can hear my echo. Apologize for being late this morning. I have a little dental issue going on, so, but nevertheless, thank you.
All right, do you want to share anything about your expertise?
I'm a very loud echo. I'm a soil scientist, biogeochemist in forest soils and agriculture, and in the Climate Institute, the School of Forest Resources, and the School of Food and Agriculture here at the University of Maine.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So we had a very robust discussion about chapter 1 that touched on a number of topics that maybe don't really fall directly in the purview of chapter 1. So the two big ones were the ammonia-ammonium discussion that we, let's see, it was Bill McDowell and Bob Haworth that are going to take the lead on writing something for that. And anyone who wants to chime in is more than welcome to let them know so they include you. And then we also had a very robust discussion about the deposition question. Charlie, are you willing to take the lead on writing something for that? Yeah, we have to determine where it goes, but I think at this point, maybe we put it in, or you view it as just a standalone, not a response to a charge question, but maybe Lorraine has a comment on that.
Well, not exactly on that. Yeah, I do have a question on where it goes, but probably chapter 1 sets that stage, so it may go there. But the other big topic that runs throughout the report was about uncertainty and how it's characterized in the report. And again, that's one I think that's goes beyond chapter 1. It kind of runs through the whole.
Yes, thank you for that. Is there anyone who wants to volunteer to take the lead on that uncertainty topic? I'm trying to remember exactly. Oh, several of you spoke about that.
I could take a stab at just the broader. I think it's about how it's characterized in the report and not given necessarily, so what's really significant in terms of uncertainty and the balance of what are we pretty sure we know. So in a general sense, I think I could capture that, and then maybe others want to weigh in with more specificity. Okay.
Yeah, so if people want to let Kathleen know, if they want to make sure that she excuse me, Lorraine.
It's hard to read it sideways.
If people want to let her know that they want to join in on that discussion, as long as it's half or less of us, then that's you're more than welcome to join in, and that will be very helpful. So I wanted to check in and see if there was anything else that we wanted to discuss about chapter 1. I actually had a couple of things that I wanted to ask, so maybe I'll take the opportunity to do that while people are thinking about whether there's anything else they want to bring up. I wanted to ask EPA about the whole ISA review for the NAAQS PM secondary. I'm looking at page 1-12 of the document, and it talks about you had a first draft that was reviewed in 2017, and the letter was written by then Chair Ana Diaz-Rue. And then there was an external review draft in June 2018 that was discussed by CASAC in September 2018 and April 2020. And then there was a letter by then Chair Tony Cox in 2020. Why wasn't there a letter in 2018 and what happened? Like, there's like something missing there that I think it would be helpful for us to know. And I also understand from some of the people that were on the panel before they got fired, I guess, that maybe that review that was chaired by Tony Cox, they didn't participate in. So it would be I think it would be helpful for us to understand a little bit more. And maybe the document should also be elaborate at least whether there was an augmented panel or not for each of these discussions. So EPA, could you comment on that?
So there were 2 drafts of the ISA, and there were letters written for each draft. Is that the question?
Well, the document, which is what confused me, said the second draft was discussed in 2018 and in 2020. This is on line 10 through 12 of page 1-12, which is on the PDF is page 30. And so that just was weird to me. Why was there a meeting and no letter in 2018? Maybe Rich remembers, and Aaron maybe wants to weigh in for somebody.
So if I recall, there was a face-to-face peer review of the second draft ISA, and then there was a significant delay between the peer review meeting and the follow-up teleconference. So that's the reason for the delay. And to be clear, the panel was still existing during that time. There was just maybe slight turnover due to charter CASAC membership turnover, those kinds of things, but there was still a panel at that time.
And the panel had a call with the larger Tony Cox CASAC, and they approved the report as it was. We got fired by Biden after.
And just to be clear, you weren't fired. It was a reset for membership, as proven that you're all back. So anyhow, there's a reset for the process.
Okay, well, that's helpful. So the text as it's written, that basically there was this 2-year gap in the face-to-face meeting and then the follow-up, and that's why there was only 1 letter. Okay, well, that clears that up for me. The other comment I had about chapter 1 is I thought it would be, and this sort of follows up on a comment that Lorraine made earlier, I thought it'd be really helpful to have a table with all the standards that are talked about in, and there was a history of standards too, and then Lorraine suggested that the reason, like the driving reason for each of the standards would be helpful. I think all of that could go in, be really helpful to see in a table. And we did see a table today in the slides, which was helpful, but I thought it was a notable omission of chapter 1 that there was no summary table about that kind of information. All right, those were my comments. Does anyone else want to weigh in with anything else about chapter 1? I'm not seeing anything. Lorraine, do you feel like you have what you need to work on the draft consensus comments?
Yeah, enough to work on it. Gonna need some help.
Well, you do have help. I guess you only have 1 assigned helper, but you have a number of people who chimed in that you may want to invite to weigh in. And also just, we have to deliberate in public, but sometimes when we are writing up our consensus comments, our thinking gets clarified and some of what we want to make, it hasn't been said yet in public, but we have the follow-up teleconference with the draft comments. So it is okay for things to evolve and in the draft comments, and then we can make that public in our follow-up meeting. So that's true for all the responses. Okay, are we ready to move on to chapter 2 then? I think so. And then, so I turn it over to EPA for a brief presentation and maybe a change of the leaders of that discussion. Go ahead as soon as you're ready. And there's, I guess it's only Karen who's not Deidre.
Hi, everyone. My name is Colleen Boblitz. I'm a physical scientist in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards in the Air Quality Analysis Division, and in particular in the Air Quality Modeling Group.
Thanks, Glenn. I'm Pat Dolick. I'm Science Advisor in the Health and Environmental Impacts Division.
Great. Okay, so I guess, I'll start by just giving a very brief overview of chapter 2, and I look forward to any comments that you all might have. So, this chapter is meant to provide context for the analyses and considerations in later chapters. And so it provides an overview of atmospheric nitrogen and sulfur emissions, their transport and feed, and ultimately deposition. One of the main tools that's used in our analysis is the total deposition maps. As there are somewhat sparse measurements of deposition. This is essentially a fusion of measurements and model fields to provide a continuous estimate. So the use of model simulations here does introduce some uncertainty into our understanding of deposition levels and how they relate to air concentrations, although, hopefully the continuous maps are a useful tool in this context. Okay. Beyond that, as has been noted by CASAC in several comments so far, we have seen broad declines in the concentration and deposition of sulfur and nitrogen as a result of emission reductions related to Clean Air Act regulations and improved technology. We see that the sulfur deposition trend appears to be more robust, while nitrogen deposition has overall trended downward due to decreases in oxidized nitrogen or NOx emissions. This trend varies spatially and is also offset in particular by reduced nitrogen via ammonia associated with flat to slightly increasing trends in ammonia emissions. Again, also as CASAC has noted. So, something that Erica mentioned earlier that I, would like to just sort of reiterate is that there are some unique challenges associated with this particular NAAQS review related to air quality deposition. We are considering standards for multiple pollutants here, which is somewhat unique, the oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur, and PM. And this next point, I think, has been, emphasized also through the discussion, and, we can continue talking about it here, but the NAAQS are expressed as air quality concentrations, while the impacts of ambient nitrogen and sulfur oxides are modulated through deposition. So there's a need to establish that link between pollutant concentrations and deposition levels. Okay, so with that, we essentially are providing an overview of current information on emissions, atmospheric chemistry, ambient air monitoring, and deposition networks, concentrations, and trends. And so, the charge question associated with this chapter is, to what extent does the panel find that the information in chapter 2 is clearly presented and that it provides useful context for the review? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so now, are there any clarifying questions for EPA, or should we begin the deliberation? We can certainly ask for their input at any time. Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it over to Judy.
Thank you. Yeah. Chapter 2 in general is well written with lots of information, but I do have a few clarifying questions in terms of first one, in terms of atmospheric transformation on section 2.1, that I feel that they fell somewhat short on the complexity of the atmospheric process. They did not really address the nonlinear relationship between the precursor gases and secondary aerosol formation. In my response, I give some of the examples. So I thought this might be an issue more of ISA than the PA. So I went back to the ISA that there's a figure 2-5, if anybody can see this. It's very much oversimplified version of the atmospheric process, a lax explanation of the association of precursor gases and the particulate nitrate. We know that nitric chemistry is more complicated and depend on the sulfate chemistry. So that I think this complexity of the process probably should address, showing that the major pathway for nitric acid formation involves the same hydroxide radicals that transfer sulfur dioxide to the sulfuric acid. So, and it's well known that ammonia nitrate is not stable in the atmosphere. So it gets its equilibrium with the gaseous ammonia and nitric acid, which is temperature and relative humidity dependent. In my response, I give an example showing that the amount of, showing an isoplus diagram that in Phoenix, in this situation, with the equilibrium modeling, you had to reduce ammonia by over 70% before you see any reduction in ammonium nitrate. And that's just one of the examples. We did a study many years ago. I feel this is a policy relevant concept that need to be stated, and that to have a better understanding of the relationship of those secondary the precursor and the secondary aerosol formation. And my second question is comments regarding to the section 2.3 monitoring ambient air concentrations and deposition. That there's quite a bit of different networks and being involved and being discussed. It'd be nice to have a map with collocated NAAQS, PM, and whatever collocated with, because it's just not very clear in different part of the reports. Yes, chapter 6, I think it's table 6.1 shows collocated CASAC was improved for its NADP, but that's one of the really good map to give us a better understanding of the location, especially not very clear of the collocated ammonia site within the NADP program that is not really identified. Also, the CASAC program, CASAC does measure ozone, SO2, nitric acid, nitrate sulfate, ammonia. That the document probably should really mention all the other N ions like chloride and cations like the water soluble magnesium, calcium, and sodium. Those acquired CASAC along with NO1 and CO and the other measurement, which is really important in terms of doing the the acid neutralization capacity or critical load analysis. So that, so this, those measurements really important. With respect to that 24 standard for with respect to figure 2-26, the light here is terrible. That the pie chart probably need, Rich could discuss probably more about that, but that pie chart of the national, the PM composition in terms of PM composition of that only use sulfate nitrate, organic aminocarbon sea salt and crustal material really misleading because first of all, ammonium NH4 is not included. Second, OC is not, organic carbon is not organic mass, which is associated with the hydrogen, nitrogen, and other compounds in the atmosphere. That really should be specified. But I believe you use the OC, but really you should, like Rich had an example, you really should use the OM because that to represent the organic fraction. And also that for those 6 components to consist of pie chart is misleading because there's lots of unidentified material, possible liquid water, some measurement artifact, uncertainty uncertain between multiplier we use, and to indicate the potential that differences between, if it's a constructed mass rather than measured mass, that should be stated. Then you can have a pie if it's constructed mass. But if it's a measured mass, that should make a good distinguishment there. This it is good. Where is that? And figure 29, 2030. They have a good showing a general downward trend for the sulfate nitrate. I would like to see a spatial distribution and long-term trend for the measured ammonium level that's in the chemical speciation network and CASAC network. And the ammonium can also be estimated from the nitrate sulfate measurement from the improved network. By the way, improved network, the statement was wrong. Improved network never measure ammonia, not discontinued. And that except for some special study. So some of the statements just incorrect. And in terms of ammonia emissions, that figure 2-10 shows that over 90% of the ammonia is in other anthropogenic sources. Now, actually, it's about 99%. So this kind of figures doesn't really provide a lot of information of what are the 99% of the ammonia emission consists of agriculture, animal husbandry, fertilizer, etc. So I would like to see a subdivision in terms of the ammonia emission trends. And Colleen mentioned the slight increase. I think it's a pretty big increase. Up the figure 2-10 shows increase from 4,000 to 5,000 kilotons per year from 2017 to 2020. That's about 10, 15, 20% increase. So that document is very inconsistent. Some places that is consistent trends without emission, without increase. Some other places, there's increasing trend. So we like to see a cross-document consistency and pay more attention to the ammonia and ammonium and over the large region. That because reduced NOx and SOx result in less sulfuric acid and nitric acid for ammonia neutralization in the atmosphere. So we need a little more analysis to better understand the spatial variation of both ammonia and ammonium and the different meteorological conditions in different US regions. My last comment is on the nitrogen and sulfur deposition. Figure 2-40 is on the spatial variation of reduced nitrogen deposition. That's a very good illustration in terms of combination of modeling and measurement. But for they pretty much follow the absolute the pattern of the total nitrogen deposition in terms of kilogram nitrogen per hectare, shown in the other figures. I'd like to see the similar graphs also separate the total wet and dry deposition. So we have a better understanding of what are the controlling factor there. And I like the table 2-26, but they didn't really have much of the explanation. If you study more closely, you'll find that the largest increase in reduced nitrogen is 111% in South Central. Oh, by the way, the states in our area, including each region, should really be noted that. This is consistent with the increase in the annual emission trends, along with 39% reduction for the oxides, total oxidized nitrogen. So this resulted in only 16% increase in total nitrogen deposition. So you can see this example clearly demonstrate nonlinear nature of the nitrate chemistry. Probably need to have a more elaboration on that table. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Let's see, next up is Davin, but I don't think he's participating yet. Hopefully he's not stuck in some airport somewhere. Donna.
I thought this chapter was generally clearly presented and does present a lot of useful context. And the maps and figures are well done and enlightening. But I was dismayed to find that in the area of highest ammonia emissions, which is Iowa and southern Minnesota, there are no monitors, no ammonia monitors. This is in the AMON network. And clearly ammonia seems to be an area of greater uncertainty, and also in this case some different interpretations. Like Judy, where EPA sees relatively unchanged ammonia concentrations, I see that as a significant increase, most markedly in the Midwest and Great Plains states. So aside from that issue, there's the usual formatting and typos and stuff, but otherwise I thought it was well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Let's see, Stephen.
Yes, thank you. I had some rather extensive remarks that were in the PDF that I put into the PDF document, and a lot of little comments on this or that. I have to compliment Aaron on somehow getting all of this material that I put into the PDF into a Word document. I asked him what software he used, and he said he did it by hand. So I really need to give him a round of applause for getting all that into the Word document that he circulated. But I would hope that EPA can find some suitable software for that so that he doesn't have to do this all by hand. I don't want to go through all the small comments on this, but I do have certain comments that I want to highlight. I agree with Donna that it's an enormously comprehensive report in general, not just in chapter 2. And there was somebody who spoke earlier, I think, is almost saying it's almost too comprehensive, and that we need to somehow separate out the important information that the administrator is going to require from the sort of backup information that supports that. Now to a couple of sort of major comments on the chapter. I really think it's essential to distinguish wet and dry deposition, that the sum of the two doesn't give a sense of the relative magnitudes. And also, wet depth is interpolated from measurements. Dry depth involves interpolation of concentrations times deposition velocities that leads to different kinds of uncertainties. If the dry depth is a small fraction, then a large uncertainty in the dry depth is of relatively little importance. But if it's a large fraction, then that uncertainty looms large. I wrote some rather extensive notes on what's referred to as transference ratio. And there's references to the prior ISA report. In the present report, and it was also pointed out in the ISA report, it's a concentration. It's a flux upon a concentration, which, if you work it through, has dimension of length upon time and velocity. And I really think it should be reported in units like centimeters per hour or the like. I would argue against the use of the term ratio. Typically, a ratio is a dimensionless quantity versus a quotient, being a ratio of being the numerator and the denominator are in different units. So transference quotient, or even better, transference velocity, I think would be preferred. But I think much more importantly, a transference velocity can really only be applied to a given species. Take SO2 and sulfate as an example. The deposition mechanisms are different. Sulfate is largely dry depth. SO2 is largely dry depth. Sulfate is largely wet depth. The mechanisms are different. The quantities are different. It really, to my thinking, makes no scientific sense to put the sum of the two in terms of flux upon the sum of the two in concentration and the denominator. There's no scientific underpinning for that. I kind of wonder about the utility of the scatter plot matrices. A lot of the scatter plot matrices are the ordinate and the abscissa are pretty much unrelated quantities. And if you're dealing with single species, then the slope is the transfer velocity, but it's applicable only to a single species. It needs to be done wet and dry. But the real question I would raise is sort of, why are these transfer matrices, small matrices of these quantities, even in this report? Why is that essential for this report? It's showing a lot of stuff, but is the stuff that's being shown really essential to the document? Kind of broadly, there's a lot of loose terminology. Terms like quickly should be quantified, hours to a day, for example, or and things like that. So pay attention to that. I tried to flag them in my detailed comments that Aaron so carefully transcribed. Ultimately, the issues here and also in chapter 6 that I was also on, these are tough questions. These are really tough questions, and I think scientifically and not real well resolved. And I wondered the extent to which we're trying to get exact answers to some of these quantities, or answers that are useful within the standard setting framework are even forthcoming. And I look back to the drafting of the acid deposition amendments to the Clean Air Act back in the early 90s. And we didn't have exact answers of what emissions in what location are going to be deposited in what location. We had sort of broad scales of influence of the order of 500 to 1,000 kilometers. And that understanding at that time led to the drafting of the Clean Air Act amendments, and also to the recognition it doesn't matter exactly where something is emitted. What matters is the integral over spatial emissions, and let's try to do that efficiently. And the way that the Clean Air Act amendments achieved that was to put in the concept of emissions trading, let the marketplace determine the efficiency. So I think that some of the lessons that we learned in those days may be applicable here. We're not going to get exact answers to transference ratios, or even worse, what I would call transference matrices, the extent to which a concentration in this location is deposited in that location, and it's almost a Green's function that you'd have to integrate over to get that result. It's just beyond our capabilities at this stage. So I would urge sort of broad considerations as opposed to trying to get the matter in fine detail, which I think is beyond the capabilities within the accuracy requirements. So those are my comments. I've got a lot of specific comments on the document, which I hope the folks at EPA will pay some attention to. I don't know that it needs the attention of the committee. And thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And I believe that EPA always finds the details in the individual comments to be helpful. So yeah, we don't have to air all of those in public. Rich.
Thanks. I agree with previous commenters. And I think we've covered a lot of the same ground in our comments, particularly Judy and I. Apologies for the detail of my written comments. I don't know what happened. It was a rainy week in Vermont. I thought the chapter was very clearly written, and I thought it provides a very useful context for the review. It's useful and so forth. So of course I'm going to be critical of the other stuff, but I thought a couple of the graphics could be clearer. One example was the figure 239 sulfur deposition map that is presented on a scale of 0 to 20, but almost all the current deposition is below 5. So you can't see any of the texture. And that's important information to compare later on to when you're talking about the current levels of effects and so forth. What was another one? I thought you could use a time series plot of the secondary SO2 standard, since that is the secondary standard analogous to the others. I'd kind of like to see how long it's been since that standard was exceeded and by how much, and I think that would be useful. Along similar lines, maybe I'm the only one that thinks a secondary standard shouldn't be weaker than a primary, but I think a scatter plot of the 3-hour versus 1 hour might help to show that a little more clearly and give a sense of that, because I think if a secondary standard is not being exceeded, then it's not serving any function. But if it's weaker than the primary, then it couldn't serve any function. So that would be 2 reasons, in addition to any others you may have, for modifying the standard or maybe getting rid of it. Another scatter might be the hourly SO2 versus the annual SO2. I've noticed, for example, in your plot of the time series of the annual SO2, there's only a couple sites in the last few years that exceed a level of 10. Well, do they also exceed the primary? Are those the same sites, and by how much? So forth. What else? I thought in general, and others have made the same comment and in other contexts as well, I think you could have done a little bit better job telling the ammonium story. I think one example is the figure 234, where you show the results of the ammonia network over 2 different time periods. It's very hard for me to look at that and see what's going on in terms of change over that period of time. So just constraining, I think the map is okay, but if you constrain an analysis to the sites that have data from both time periods and just summarize, is it going up or down, how much, and something like that would be useful. You could maybe a map showing spatial patterns of PM ammonium could easily be calculated as a kind of a companion to the sulfate and nitrate. I'd be very curious to see a comparison of the measured ammonium from the CSN network to calculated ammonium. That is the process, because often the data from those networks get combined a lot. And so that would be a helpful exercise. Hopefully they come out similar, but who knows? I'd like to focus generally throughout the report here and in other places on class 1 federal areas. I think, that's special protection that they require is very appropriate. Sometimes it felt a little over constraining. For example, when you show the estimated benefits of emissions reduction programs that are currently underway, you show them only at class 1 areas. I think that's fine, but I'm guessing those are model results and you've got them everywhere. I'd be interested in seeing the spatial pattern of that. And it's another thing that I was interested in a little more description of, okay, what's exactly going on that's going to cause those pretty impressive projected future emissions reductions by 2032. What else? Judy mentioned the pie composition chart. Aaron, I don't know if I had a couple of slides, if it would be okay to show them. I had the same impression that Judy did over I was going to give you the credit of the doubt and say you just didn't explain the legend very well. Judy thought you were cheating, but maybe, I don't know who's right, but I assume the intention was the sulfate slice is ammonium sulfate, nitrate is ammonium nitrate, and OC is really organic matter. I don't know that, but it's also, it's a very difficult thing to squeeze all that kind of information on a map like this. This one is based only on the improved sites, which allows more bigger pies, and the mass is size proportionate to the mass. But I wanted to just emphasize in recent years the relative, and I think it's logical to say growing proportion of organic matter as a component of PM. So yeah, there's plenty of sulfate and nitrate, a quarter to a third of the pie or whatever especially in the eastern United States, but that shrinks in the West and so forth. So it would be a reasonable or an okay indicator to use PM as a way to get at sulfate, nitrate, and ammonium. But if we could go to the next slide. Is that the next slide? Yeah. Can we toggle back and forth a couple times? Maybe not. Anyway, okay, so I think you get it that number 2 is a better indicator if you're interested in sulfate, nitrate, and ammonium contributions to the total. And what this is reconstructed light extinction, which is the basis of what the Regional Haze Program uses and so forth to protect visibility in class 1 areas. So this would be a better indicator than PM 2.5 mass if you're looking for something to represent sulfate, nitrate, and ammonium. It's even better than it looks if you wanted to consider fine particle light extinction, because this includes the little gray sliver from coarse particle. So if you took that out, the yellow and the orange slices get even even bigger. And the first one, by the way, is better than it actually looks because it's based on the speciation measurements of what's actually in the ambient air and includes a more, as Judy pointed out, ammonium and nitrate that is actually present on PM 2.5 FRM filters. So then the one last slide, and then I'll be done. Here's the same idea again. Sorry, this was just what I found late at night, but this is the actual regional haze regulatory metric for 2020, just 1 year. The others were 3 years. And this is based on the 20% of the most visibility impaired days. And that's how the regional haze regulatory metric works. Those 20% of the worst days are supposed to gradually get better over time. And by most impaired, I think the EPA program uses a clever way of getting rid of the episodic influences from forest fires and from dust storms to worry about focusing on anthropogenic impairment. So if you want an indicator, that in this case, I think the nitrate's red, ammonium nitrate's red, an indicator that really would be PM related, that would get at those three pollutants, couldn't do better than this. And by the way, reconstructed light extinction was also recommended a few years ago as the basis of a secondary visibility related fine particle standard. So we could use it for a secondary fine particle standard. We could use it for the regional haze rule, and we could use it for a deposition related measure. That's all.
All right, thank you. Bob Haworth, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. A couple of points building on the ammonia and ammonium. I agree with what Judith and several others have said, that there's inconsistency on trends in ammonia emissions and the deposition of reduced nitrogen in the chapter as written. I think actually there's pretty strong evidence that both the ammonia emissions and the reduced nitrogen deposition have been going up over time, and I think the chapter doesn't well capture that. Two other aspects on the ammonia. On early on, pages 2.3 and 2.10, they talk about vehicles as a possible source of emissions, but they rather downplay it, saying it's only 2%, but then go on and say that actually there's a growing body of evidence that they could be higher than that. And indeed, I think there's a rather large and growing body of evidence that vehicles are a larger source than this chapter suggests, and it makes a difference. So we published a paper 10 years ago now showing that for highly eutrophic, highly nitrogen impacted coastal marine ecosystem on Cape Cod in Massachusetts, that ammonia emitted from vehicles was in fact a major proportion of the nitrogen reaching that system. So I think this needs a great deal more attention. Also, there's evidence of very large concentrations of ammonia gas in the New York City area. And when you look downwind of that over Long Island and Long Island Sound, high levels of ammonia deposition, and most of that seems to be coming from vehicles. So this is a much larger issue than I suggest the chapter has captured. One other aspect on ammonia. Later on, the chapter says that the model estimates that EPA uses for ammonia concentrations are probably overestimated relative to reality. The evidence I've seen would suggest the opposite, in fact, that the models underestimate the ammonia concentration. And in part, I think that's because the models are underestimating the emission sources, probably both from agriculture and from vehicles. So for context on that, one of the CASNet sites is run out of my laboratory at Cornell. We've started way back, even before EPA was systematically looking at ammonia, to look at ammonia deposition at our site. We published a paper in 2015 showing the importance of dry gaseous ammonia deposition at that fairly remote site in New York State. And we compared it with the EPA CMAQ models. CMAQ EPA staff were co-authors on our paper. Again, this is from 8 years ago now. And we demonstrated that, in fact, the ammonia concentrations and ammonia deposition were substantially larger than the EPA models were capturing. We also, I believe, have the longest continuous data on trends in ammonia concentration at any of the air monitoring stations, because we started before, as an experiment on our own, before it became part of EPA protocol in, say, Airmon. And our data show a consistent upward trend over that entire time period as well. So I think the chapter, reiterating what others have said, but adding a little bit more granularity to it, needs some significant improvement in thinking about ammonia emissions and deposition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's an important takeaway message. Charlie.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this comment goes in this chapter or maybe chapter 7, but I'm going to bring it up before I forget. And that is, in this chapter, you talk about the networks. And a concern that I have is that recently there were stations within the CASNet network that were mothballed, and there's discussion about even cutting back substantially further. And I know that that's in progress. I know that there's a committee evaluating that. And but in any event, if it seems to me CASNet is going to be critically important in terms of interpreting a standard. And so I think that some additional attention in this chapter about the fate of CASNet and the need for CASNet would be, I think it would be worthwhile, because my understanding is you rely very heavily on CASNet. And if a large number of sites, particularly Western sites, were to go away, they're sparse anyway in the best of circumstances. And a lot of the effects we're talking about are in the West. It seems to me that that's potentially a huge loss and would jeopardize assessment going forward.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has any comments? Donna, your mic's on. Is that just left over? Yeah. Any other comments on chapter 2? Any questions or comments from EPA based on what you've heard? No? So Judy, do you think you have what you need to write up the consensus comments? Okay. Well, after chapter 1, that one went pretty fast. It's 11:45, so I suggest we break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock.
You can leave your stuff here.
I was going to walk over to Bartaco, which is just across the street, if anybody wants to join me. All right, sorry about that. People get back together and I think we decided that we were done with everything on chapter 2 before lunch. So now the EPA chapter 3 team is assembling at the front of the room. And so when EPA is ready, I invite you to go ahead and present your couple of slides.
Okay, I'm Deirdre Murphy again. I'll just do these slides. And as with the others, we're just hitting some high points on a couple of slides before the charge question. And so with this slide, we're just making some points that actually, some of which have been discussed already in the context of chapter 1. The existing standards, of course, are based on the protection for direct effects of the pollutants in ambient air. This review also, though, explicitly considers policy options, considering protection for deposition-related ecological effects. And as was referenced earlier today, there are other reviews, NAAQS reviews, that do consider deposition-related effects. They include lead with regard to the secondary for ecosystem effects, and also to some extent for the primary because of hand-to-mouth activity of young children, so that the main exposure pathway is the deposition of lead on surfaces. And then also PM materials damage is an effect that has been considered. Some different and unusual challenges of this review include, but are not limited to, aspects that as scientists you all are most familiar with. Deposition levels can vary significantly across the US due to variability in a number of factors such as emissions, frequency of precipitation, and micrometeorological factors relevant to dry deposition, for example. The degree of ecological effect also does not vary with the deposition level or air concentrations everywhere in the same way, in that some areas and ecosystems are more sensitive while others are less sensitive. Additionally, many decades of historically high deposition are still affecting ecosystems today, complicating scientific evaluations of the impacts and of determination of relationships between different ambient air concentrations and levels of protection. In some cases, impacts related to deposition are subject to varying policy interpretations, presenting us with difficult science policy questions that can complicate decisions that the agency needs to make on adversity and protection of the public welfare. And in the end, the final decisions on the NAAQS on the public welfare protection that is requisite and on the approach to achieving air quality to provide that protection are largely public welfare judgments falling within the scope of the administrator's judgment. And the next slide is our attempt to illustrate the overall approach for how we're pulling together the different pieces of information that need to be considered to evaluate deposition-related effects and identify an appropriate standard. And in staring at this, I realized that the color orange and white is probably not the best combination for the right side of this. But on the left side, we bring together what is described in chapters 4 and 5, for example, of the PA, the scientific evidence from the 2020 ISA, and then quantitative information analyses. And this phrase I know has been mentioned earlier. It's really a catch-all phrase intended to talk about air quality, exposure, and risk analyses. It's a combination of the different sorts of quantitative analyses that are informative to us in decision-making. From those two pieces, those two circles, those two types of information, we then intend to identify or consider what are nitrogen and sulfur deposition levels of interest and welfare effects of potential concern. And then those are funneled into meet up with information from the right side of the diagram, which includes looking at air quality measurements and deposition estimates, and also looking at model estimated spatial relationships and bringing them together to get a sense of the air quality relationships between nitrogen and sulfur deposition and concentration metrics so that we can then bring them together with our objectives for deposition and effects and identify what are appropriate policy options for consideration with regard to the existing and alternative potential standards. And then on the third slide, it just summarizes this chapter is intended to provide a description of the scientific basis for the existing standards, what were the effects of interest in setting them, and also what were the key conclusions in the 2012 review that's also been mentioned, where we had developed the AIA approach. And it recognizes key aspects of decision-making in NAAQS reviews, and then also provides an overview of the approach that we've taken in this document to consider deposition-related effects in identifying options going forward. And then here are the two charge questions. To what extent does the panel find the background information in 3.1 and 3.2 to be clearly presented in useful context? And then lastly, what are the views of the panel on the general approach that we've described in section 3 for considering these different types of information and identifying policy options?
Thank you for that. And before the slides get taken down, could you just go back to the previous slide? It just jumped out at me looking at this based on our conversation this morning, is this highlighting of limitations and uncertainties and not any highlighting of certainties. So that's just another place where it comes up. Anyway. So are there any questions or clarifying questions for EPA, or should we just start on our assigned reviewers? Seeing none, Kathleen.
Great, thank you. Well, I think that actually our conversation this morning will address many of my overarching concerns, depending on how we solve some of those issues. But in general, this was a well and clearly presented chapter, which I certainly found useful, and it looks to me like Lori did as well. Some of my specific comments are, again, have been addressed earlier, which is being reminded of the reason in which we're considering the full complement of welfare effects for sulfur and nitrogen, but just ecological effects and what those mean for particulate matter. Also, in the first sections, it was very useful to read a description of the prior review of the deposition effects. And it's fairly succinct and clear, but in kind of concert with what we talked about earlier, it would be great to have a paragraph that also reveals what are the biggest model uncertainties, data uncertainties, and basically the stumbling blocks that led to the rejection of this approach last time around. There are some other clarifying or a need for clarification in some other sections as well, talking about evidence and exposure risk-based considerations. Need to have some clarification about what that actually means, and then to Praveen's points earlier, having some idea of what it is that you're referring to with quantitative information, both here and earlier in the document, would be very, very helpful. And then in terms of the figures, this is deja vu all over again, I think. I think I made this comment in years past with this particular figure, but in 3.1, I can't tell whether there's any meaning to the shapes of the boxes or not, and I find myself very distracted trying to figure out what those meanings are. So if you would take a hard look at the significance of those boxes and possibly modify them, that would be great. There's also a kind of an under evaluation of some of the historical and legacy lag issues that I think Praveen points to as well in his review. And then finally, yeah, on page 311, there's a parenthetical reference to steady state water quality monitoring, which I think actually should be pulled out. I think this was an important part of the past review, and add an additional sentence kind of qualifying what's meant by steady state, and maybe pointing to some of the other issues surrounding steady state models and or limitations to uncertainties. And so that's my high level overview. In general, it was I think a well done chapter.
All right, thank you very much. Praveen, you're next.
Thank you. First comment, it's brief, the chapter compared to other chapters, that's good. And it gives a good context for what we're doing here. My general comment or question, and I don't have the answer, the other people who here have more expertise. I wrote down how exactly this policy assessment will address the new, quote unquote, new current deposition of sulfates, nitrates, and PM, and what we had earlier, and if I may add, ammonia and ammonium deposition in light of the historic baseline of large cumulative deposition over many, many years. So there's been always that issue, that all the damage has occurred over many years, and how do we figure out or separate this damage, the new one, from the one which has existed? And I do right here, I'm not the person who knows these things, but others here should be able to. And what more is then needed for further recovery of these ecosystems under any alternate secondary standards? That's one comment. The other one, and I think we already talked about it, this whole business about reference to the word quantitative analysis many, many times. And if that means risk and exposure assessment in different words, then we should simply say, the standard procedure here is first you do the ISA, then you do REA, then you do policy assessment. So now we merged REA into policy assessment. So just would clarify thinking if that's what we're doing. I think words quantitative analysis are very generic. They don't mean much unless you say it's REA, then I think we connected to that. And that's what you're doing, so why not say it? And then one comment, it has also already come up, but here too. We got to remember when we did the AAI in 2012, we had in that structure ammonia. We figured out, in fact, the words were took into account. It can mean lots of things, and we did. And so maybe that's what we need to be here, say that we could take into account ammonia indirectly, if not directly. And then clarifying question on, I think it's on page 3.6, and there's a singular word, it says, we have an overarching question, not the questions, but question, singular question, and it's highlighted there. But then later on, we say there are overarching questions. So there's more than one. And so I don't know if there are more overarching questions than the one which appears on top of page 3.6, then we need to say what other, maybe they're not so overarching, but whatever they are, they need to be listed somewhere here. And again, back to this ammonia business, page 312, line 15. I said we should include here the effects of ammonia by saying, every time maybe we say SOx and NOx, maybe add ammonia to it and PM secondary standards, taking into account the role of ammonia and ammonium deposition. So this is now said many times, but needs to be said in chapter 3 also. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So Lori?
Thank you. Overall, I think this chapter provides a really good overview of the last review of the secondary standards and where things are with the secondary standards. Synthesize the last review process in a concise and clear way. I think the paragraph on the second page about the PM secondary standard needs a little more specificity. And particularly, it kind of implies the last sentence that while the ecological effects weren't the focus, it was concluded that it was protective. It seems like a stretch there. I'm not sure. I think it needs to clearly state what the basis for the secondary standard was, what the effects were reviewed, and that's what's that standard protecting as far as it was understood at that time, and maybe clarify to what extent ecological effects were considered in that review for PM. And I'll just add one other thing. There's a table, and I don't know if it goes in here or chapter 1, but maybe it's better suited here. There was a table in the presentation that showed the secondary standards, their levels, and how they're measured. I think it needs another column that says what are the effects that those standards have been set to protect against, to kind of pull that all together. And maybe it goes here. It was presented with chapter 1. That's all.
Thank you. Open it up to any panel members for additional comments. Alexandra.
So I guess I'm curious if you can tell us what motivated back in time the secondary PM standards, since that question has come up. Was it thought to protect visibility primarily, or all of those categories of effects? The driver for the PM secondary standard?
Just to clarify, it's the existing PM secondary standards. What are the categories of effects that are they considered? Yeah, I mean, Karen may know better, and there's an ongoing review, but visibility was one of them, but there are also non-visibility effects. Materials damage is one, for example. You may be able to rattle off more easily.
Visibility was the big one, and then materials damage was also a consideration, and then climate impacts. So
combination.
Yeah, I mean, several of us went through this PM reconsideration not that long ago. Of course, it's faded from our memories. I not being an expert in the secondary standard, I seem to remember the focus was just on self-perceived visibility, really pretty much exclusively is what I remember. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. It's just that quantitatively, that is the information that is most available to specify the level. Consideration was also given to materials damage, but the literature shows concentrations pretty high with respect to the standard level. So it wasn't something that was used in that reconsideration to look at the standard level. And as I think you may remember on climate, the information was also somewhat lacking with respect to using that in a quantitative manner to look at the standard level. So,
thank you. Judy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Did you want to say anything about this topic?
Yeah, part of the PM secondary standard was not really being paying attention to partially because the ISA or PA did not provide us with important information needed to justify that. They focus on a few preference studies, which is not quantitative, about 3 or 4 studies, I think. That's not quantitative. Instead of using the scientific evidence of how, like Rich shows early this morning, that how do we adequately calculate the light extinction through chemical reconstruction of the light extinction. That's part of the original Hayes rule, but that was not followed. So instead, the emphasis was on the few preference study in 2 or 3 cities. So that's why the WICSPAR did not allow the committee or the panel to have adequate information to get more discussion on that.
I was just going to clarify that preference studies are used to identify the level of protection for as a target, so to speak. But then there are analyses that looked at what might be needed to achieve that, which took into account various calculations.
Yeah, but the preference study is so arbitrary. Have a very small population, they look at the view, they like it, they don't like. So it was just a weak spot there in order for us to justify.
Is there any, and I don't know if I assume it's relevant mostly to this chapter. Is there any advice that we want to develop with respect to this topic? Kathleen, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can reiterate that I think having a very clear description of why PM is now included, which I think is a good idea and may in part be motivated by PM's role in ammonium deposition, but saying what ecological effects means, why it's included, and further, something about the PM review and how we got here, I think would be really helpful. So that would be my suggestion for making the link between why PM is included here, secondary effects.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or anything for this chapter? Any clarifying questions or additional comments from EPA? Oh, Praveen.
Yeah, I just reinforce what Kathleen said. I think that's a very good point. Thank you.
Kathleen, do you have what you need to write draft consensus comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we may be on to chapter 4, the nature of welfare effects. Is there a changing of the guard? No, same group. Okay, well, I turn it back to EPA then.
Okay, so the goal of chapter 4 was to present the current evidence that's relevant to the pollutants that we're looking at here and how that relates to decisions that can be made about public welfare. And so it's based on the evidence that was reviewed in the integrated science assessment, which was prepared by a different group at EPA ORD, and that was finalized in 2020. So that's kind of the context to consider for this evidence. So we looked at the direct effects of SOx, N-oxides, and PM, and basically brought forward evidence that explained the impacts for which we had evidence. And so the controlled exposure studies for SO2 looked at many species of vegetation and reported visible foliar injury resulting from short exposures, and then from longer exposures, impacts that affected growth and yield. And then there were effects for lichen that were also reported. With regard to NOx, the studies were across multiple species that have reported harmful effects of several of the components of NOx, including NO, NO2, HNO3, PAN, and then longer term exposures at lower concentrations were shown to affect the growth of some grasses and tree seedlings. And then there was evidence from controlled studies looking at HNO3 for the effects on several tree species and on lichens. And then with regard to PM in general, most of the evidence is related to the components of PM rather than the mass of PM, so such as metals. And limited evidence that is available was at very high levels at over 1,000 kilograms per hectare per year, and included reduced photosynthesis and impacts on gas exchange through leaf surfaces in some plants. And overall, most of the evidence that links PM to ecological effects is related to the deposition of nitrogen and sulfur, which we cover on that. So if you go to the next slide. Okay, and so when we discuss the deposition-related effects in this chapter, we've divided it up into the aquatic effects and the terrestrial effects. And so for aquatic, there's extensive and long-standing evidence that describes the role of nitrogen and sulfur deposition in alteration of watershed and water body biogeochemistry and the associated effects on biota. For example, acidifying sulfur and nitrogen deposition contributes to aquatic acidification with effects from the organism level all the way up to the ecosystem level. And factors influencing this sensitivity include things like geology, dissolved organic materials, deposition history. With regard to nitrogen loading, We have evidence that nitrogen loading contributes to nutrient enrichment effects in both freshwater and estuarine systems and in wetlands. And the relative contribution of atmospheric loading, for example, versus agricultural runoff or wastewater discharge or other sources varies among those water bodies, and in some cases can be difficult to apportion. Sulfur deposition is also associated with mercury methylation and sulfide toxicity, and we bring forward evidence about that in wetlands and in freshwater ecosystems. On the terrestrial side, there's also a longstanding history of acid deposition from nitrogen and sulfur in eastern forests. These are well-documented effects on things like biogeochemistry and sensitive species all the way up to the ecosystem level. And the damage to lichen communities there's plenty of evidence about that. And for example, in the LA Basin, recent studies suggest that HNO3 has played a significant role in that. Nitrogen deposition can also enrich soils, stimulating nitrogen-limited species and productivity with widely varying growth responses of individual species and related responses in community composition and species richness. In that role as a nutrient, the impacts of nitrogen deposition can be subject to varying interpretations and present somewhat difficult science policy questions to complicate the decisions regarding protection to the public welfare. And so I think that brings us to the charge question slide. And just basically this chapter is an attempt to bring the information that was presented in the ISA into a form where we can look at it in the context of public welfare. And in that way, what we're asking the panel is to discuss to what extent they think that the summary of this evidence that we presented on oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur, and particulate matter in the ambient air is sufficient and it's technically and soundly communicated, and the panel's views on consideration of the public welfare implications of those impacts in light on judgments and conclusions that are made in previous NAAQS reviews and this NAAQS review regarding the effects on public welfare.
Thank you. And I had a question before we moved on slide 17. So as the direct effects of SOx, nitrogen oxides and PM, one more, there we go. So the units that you're talking about for PM, kilograms per hectare per year, that sounds like not a direct effect unit. So, I mean, I'm not an expert in this area, so maybe I'm just missing something. Could you clarify?
So there's not a clear line, obviously, between what we consider to be sort of a direct effect versus a deposition effect. So this is more like the particles in the air settling on plant surfaces. And in this context, we're describing them in this way as a direct effect as opposed to a chronic long-standing deposition effect. But you could sort of draw that line in a lot of different places.
Okay, so that maybe gets back to some degree in our discussion this morning where deposition, I mean, it seems to me already from the way you're reporting it, deposition is a way of characterizing air quality, which is, what we were talking about this morning. Looks like maybe you want to follow up or not.
So I would say we wouldn't call that air quality, that's an exposure variable. You would look at what is the exposure metric that relates to the effect. And in this case, we're looking at the loading onto the tree surface as the exposure metric. That doesn't make it air quality. Air quality is still what's in the air, but the way we're having an effect of what's in the air is through its loading onto the surfaces, and that becomes the exposure metric. Just like in looking at the deposition related effect, or what we more generally call deposition effects, related effects, we're looking at loading to watersheds or water bodies, et cetera.
Yeah, and if I could just, I think one of the things that when Ginger is talking about drawing the line that we struggle with is, okay, so if it's PM depositing on the surface, so it's keeping, it's clogging the pores or keeping photosynthesis from happening, maybe that's a direct effect, but at what point does it start altering chemistry within the plant? And then we would consider that more like a deposition effect. And drawing that line between those things is hard. Because you think about lichens, so they're exposed in the air, but there's also, once the deposition enters, there's a chemical reaction within And so trying to, I mean, not that it's, I'm not sure how critical it is, but when we're saying direct effect and when we're saying deposition effect, we're trying to figure out how to parse those two types of impacts, if that makes sense.
Hopefully it makes more sense to some of my colleagues than it does to me. Rich.
Well, I mean, arguably, with the exceptions of effects on climate and visibility, all effects of all air pollutants on health or environment occur through deposition. All of our health effects occur as the pollutant is deposited somewhere in the respiratory system. It's only climate and visibility that's actually caused by the presence of the pollutants in the ambient air.
That's helpful. I can see people thinking about that one. Are we ready to move on to the assigned reviewers? First up will be Charlie.
Thank you. So in general, I like this section. I thought that it covered a lot, most of the issues that I would consider to be important. But thinking about the response, I think that the way I see this chapter 4 is that's really the setup for chapter 5. And so these two chapters seem to be fairly strongly linked. So I'm going to give you some comments, and maybe they're better off in chapter 5 versus chapter 4, but we can discuss them because I think they're fairly well connected. So I think I agree with the write-up on, well, first of all, I think that for the most part it was well written and tried to be fairly simple and straightforward, and I think that's good. There were a few points that I thought were a little confusing that I'll talk about at the end. I think that the analysis of direct effects was fairly straightforward, and I didn't have any concerns about that. In terms of the deposition effects, I think you covered most of the factors. I've got a couple things that I'll point out, and I think others will point this out as well. One thing that I'm concerned about, though, is your conclusion, which you talk about here at the end, the last bullet, that nitrogen is, I don't know what the wording that you used was, just not very well defined, fairly confusing, conflicting. And I guess I reject that. I think that nitrogen effects are fairly significant. There's a large body of literature that would back that up. There can be some positive benefits, obviously, associated with nitrogen from a standpoint of stimulating production, but there are also a lot of negative effects. And I think particularly in systems that are natural systems that haven't been hugely impacted by human activity, which is a large and important portion of the United States, that those effects are quite far-reaching. And they affect ecosystem structure and function. And this has been well documented in the literature. I think one of the things that I got from the text was the concern about sort of national scale assessments. But I think that there have been analyses that have been done. I give a reference that came out last year for critical loads of nitrogen and sulfur for trees that was done over the entire coterminous US, showing that for many species that we are exceeding the critical loads for nitrogen based on a machine learning technique. The material that Mike Bell presented today about the impacts on the class 1 areas in the national parks showed rather significant impacts on many dimensions of nitrogen. There were comments that I think that, and particularly Bob put forward, that there was virtually no discussion on effects on coastal systems. It's mentioned in passing, but there's been a lot of research in terms of nitrogen effects. Now, admittedly, that for few systems, atmospheric deposition is not the dominant input, but it can be a fairly significant fraction of the total nitrogen loading, and coastal systems are critically valuable resource for the country and globally. And so I guess what I'm saying is if you pull all these pieces together and you look at the spatial extent and the different aspects to degrees to which nitrogen inputs at fairly low levels can impact the structure and function of ecosystems, I think the conclusion that I come to is it's pretty overwhelming. And I think you could make a case that in our national interests, nitrogen is more important than sulfur, even though sulfur is fairly, I admit, it's fairly clear cut. The effects of acidification are quite well documented. I'm not trying to diminish that. I've worked on sulfur for decades. And so I think it's fairly straightforward. And maybe nitrogen isn't as straightforward, but that doesn't mean it's not important. It's critically important. And I think there's a lot of quantitative information that could be drawn on to try to emphasize this. And so when you talk about this in a piecemeal manner, it sort of diminishes the extent of nitrogen. I think if you look at it holistically, with all these pieces coming together, they're pretty comprehensive and I would say critically important. So I don't know whether this is in chapter 4 or chapter 5. I think what you do is you write the effects in chapter 4 and then set up the decision and the analysis in chapter 5. So I think a reorientation of the nitrogen. I know Bob, I'm sure, and Hans are going to weigh in on the coastal effects and other freshwater effects of nitrogen. I think it deserves a more integrated or synthetic approach to nitrogen because I think it is very important and I think it should be as equal priority to sulfur, if not exceed the priority for sulfur. That's not to say that sulfur is not important. I think it is important, but nitrogen I think is equally, if not more important. So I had a couple other things, and I know others are going to want to chime in. These are more minor issues for clarification. There were 2 points about indicators. One, obviously for sulfur, you spend a lot of attention on acid neutralizing capacity, and you give a definition of acid neutralizing capacity based on charge balance, and that's fine. But acid neutralizing capacity is also determined analytically, and there can be some discrepancies between the theoretical definition of acid neutralizing capacity and the measurement. And so I think that can cause some discrepancies between whether you're using a modeled theoretical value or a measured value. So I think that some text could be added to indicate that and to, well, and maybe distinguish where one is using a measured value versus a calculated value. The other thing that I think other people brought up in their comments was the indicator for base cation to aluminum ratio. Some emphasis was given on that. It wasn't clear in the write-up what the matrix was that you were referring to. I'm assuming that you're referring to soil exchange sites, but that wasn't clearly indicated. Some people use soil exchange sites, some people use soil solution as an indicator. So what you're thinking about, or both, should be clarified. And I think people have some concerns about the values of those indicators, and they're relatively uncertain. So I think maybe Doug Burns maybe suggested other things like base saturation, which has been heavily used as an indicator and maybe is a little bit more defensible in terms of values that have been proven in the literature that could be maybe a more robust indicator. So I think I'm going to shut up and let other people chime in. I can always come back.
All right, thank you. Bob Haworth, you're next.
Thank you. And thank you, Charlie, for that summary. I totally agree with Charlie that this chapter's overly pessimistic in its assessment of nitrogen science effects or sources. There's a huge body of literature on that is just sort of dismissed or underplayed in the chapter, particularly when it comes to aquatic ecosystem effects. And I'd like to address a couple of those in particular. Let me start with the effects of nitrogen on estuarine and coastal marine ecosystems. There's a massive amount of literature on effects in the US and globally, emphasizing that nitrogen is the primary cause of eutrophication, and that eutrophication is probably the largest source of degradation of our coastal marine ecosystems. I chaired a committee for the National Academy of Sciences way back in 1998 to 2000, where we spent a huge amount of time at the request of the US Senate explicitly addressing that. And we put out a 500-page report, which is, only the science has only gotten stronger since then, but there was plenty of strong science at that point in time. NOAA has regularly put out reports on the state of the nation's estuaries. EPA itself has put out reports on the state of the nation's estuaries. The NOAA report in particular, but also the EPA reports, stress that a majority of the estuaries and coastal marine waters of the United States are moderately to severely degraded. And they also state that the major source of that degradation is nitrogen pollution. And as Charlie said, our society values these systems hugely. And so in this chapter, I added it up, estuaries and coastal systems referred to periodically, but never specifically, and cumulatively, the total number of lines is less than 1 page in the entire text. I just find that unacceptable, given the value of coastal marine ecosystems, given the societal interest in them, and given the quite clear science that nitrogen is the primary culprit. Now, moving on a little bit from that, nitrogen comes from many sources going into estuaries or any aquatic system, as the report says. Deposition is just one of those sources. I think the report mischaracterizes the state of the science on this as well, though. It basically says it's really difficult, problematic science, sort of uncertain and all, and that simply is not the case. There are a large number of studies of individual systems, but also syntheses across systems, showing the importance of atmospheric deposition. Norb Jaworski, who used to be the director of the ORD EPA lab in Narragansett, Rhode Island, spent a couple of years working on this. I did some of that work with him. Collectively, we looked at all of the major estuaries in the northeastern United States and found that on average, about half of the nitrogen going into them is coming from atmospheric deposition as of that point in time. And we're only looking at oxidized nitrogen deposition. We, at the time, were not considering the reduced deposition, so the case is probably worse than that. So there's substantial inputs. When we look at Chesapeake Bay, the Bay program has been looking hugely at atmospheric deposition for decades. I served for 8 years on the Science and Technical Advisory Committee to the Bay program, specifically focusing on atmospheric deposition. Atmospheric deposition is probably the single largest source of nitrogen to Chesapeake Bay, which is the most nitrogen sensitive estuary in the United States and one of huge societal concern. And there's a success story here, which we can talk about, and that is that the nitrogen inputs to Chesapeake Bay have actually decreased somewhat over the last decade. And the primary reason for that is the Clean Air Act. It is the regulation of NAAQS has noticeably, measurably contributed to a somewhat improved water quality in Chesapeake Bay. So again, the science here is important. It's substantial. We can look at other systems. Tampa Bay, hugely degraded from nitrogen pollution. Atmospheric deposition is a major contributor there as well. Long Island Sound, it's a major contributor. I mentioned earlier that some of the highly impacted small estuaries on Cape Cod in Massachusetts, septic tank is a major source for sure, but atmospheric deposition will match or exceed that in many of the systems. And the science on this is strong. So I find it unacceptable to simply say, oh, the science is kind of difficult and we don't have time to go look. That's how it came through. Now, in terms of, again, the science, most of the traditional science has been on NOI deposition, so it's NOx emissions, but there is growing evidence of the ammonia and ammonium deposition as a problem. So the particulate matter ties right into that as a major source, and I think we should acknowledge that. And again, the science apportioning that is growing. It's not as strong as the decades of NOx and NOI, but it's certainly there. It's much more. It's a stronger literature than this chapter acknowledges. I want to make one other case, and Hans will probably address some of this as well. You know, my personal view is, well, we know there's a 100% strong science consensus that most of the primary production in estuaries of the United States is controlled by nitrogen, and eutrophication in estuaries of the United States is a nitrogen problem. Again, the lakes, and there's more disagreement on that. There's certainly people who argue it's mostly a phosphorus problem, though, as the report mentions, nitrogen occurs sometimes. Hans probably feels that nitrogen is more important as a limiting control of eutrophication in fresh waters than I do, but we both agree that it's certainly an issue, not as strong, I would say, as in the coastal systems. But in addition to eutrophication, there's another aspect which the report doesn't mention at all, and I think is quite important. Well, let me start with just a case study, and it's one in Charlie Driscoll's backyard. He owns a nice vacation house overlooking Skaneateles, New York. And Skaneateles, New York, the reason I'm giving you this case study is that it's a very, very low productivity lake. Its watershed is small, it's well protected. It's a drinking water supply for hundreds of thousands of people. The EPA lists it as, quote, one of the cleanest lakes in the United States. And the primary production of the lake is clearly phosphorus limited. If there ever were to be a eutrophication problem in that lake, it would definitely be from phosphorus. There is not a eutrophication problem there because the phosphorus loads are controlled. There are, however, major blooms of toxic cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms, but cyanobacteria in this case. And nitrogen contributes to the toxicity of those blooms. The toxins in cyanobacteria are very, very nitrogen rich, and you put more nitrogen into a lake and you get more toxins, and that increases, doesn't cause the blooms, but it makes the blooms more toxic to humans. It's more of a public health effect. And it also may prolong the length of the bloom because it adversely affects zooplankton and other critters which might graze and control the bloom. So nitrogen inputs are important in these cyanobacteria blooms, not because they're promoting growth, but because they're promoting toxins. And a large part of the nitrogen inputs to Skaneateles and other well-protected lakes like that is coming from atmospheric deposition. Our work suggests that half or more of it's coming from atmospheric deposition, including a lot of it from particulate matter, but also dry deposition of ammonia. So I think that really needs to be brought out in the report. The literature on that is smaller, but there is literature associated with it that could be brought out. It's a major and growing issue across the United States, certainly here in the northeastern United States. So those are my major concerns. I really think the chapter just falls completely flat on what's needed to relate nitrogen to water quality and public health issues from that water quality. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Yvonne?
Thank you. I'm not sure why there's the echo. I made a career to not follow Charlie on the podium. I agree with most of what he said as far as the relationship between chapters 4 and 5. It's sort of hard to draw the line. And I'll have additional comments for chapter 5 on most of the topics. I think the chapter was well written. It does a good job of connecting atmospheric concentrations to deposition to the effects. The chapter mentions the importance of historical deposition in the evaluation of welfare effects, and I think that the importance of that as a complicating factor actually can be further developed in this chapter and the next. I also noted the base cation aluminum ratio as an indicator of soil effects, as Charlie pointed out, it's not clear whether as used, it's referring to soil or soil solution, which have different critical load thresholds. Base cation aluminum ratios are widely used in the literature, particularly for the modeling community. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's always the best metric that could be used. And so I think research, as was already pointed out, and as Doug Burns has noted as well in his comments, other metrics, particularly base saturation and individual cation absolute concentrations and their saturation in basic research can be shown to be equally or more effective from a process standpoint. The discussion around the improved understanding of weathering contributions to base cations, I think, is warranted and important as to the most important developments in the effects arena in the most recent past, and also noted in the ISA. The chapter, more to say on nitrogen, but for the next chapter as well. But I think the new evidence provided around nitrogen that includes forest trees, lichens, mosses, as well as soil microbial communities, particularly mycorrhiza, are noted and important because they extend the range of our understanding of nitrogen effects. And as already has been said, and I concur, the science around the nitrogen effects is complex, but certainly we know many endpoints that are well demonstrated in the literature. And the last comment I would make, there was a good discussion around the challenge of linking changes in biological and ecological indicators due to pollutant deposition to the impact of those changes on indicators and the connection to public welfare. And this was particularly a discussion around lichens. I think that concept could be applied elsewhere in the chapter as well in underscoring the EPA process in this evaluation. And that's about comments I would have on chapter 4. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that. Next up is Frank Gilliam. Is he down here? Okay, it appears that he is not present at the moment, so we'll move on to Bill McDowell.
Thank you. I won't echo the comments we've heard previously. I think they're all well taken. And on the one hand, this chapter 4 I do find clearly written, and it provides very nice assessment of the idea of using critical loads for sulfur deposition. I wanted to bring out a few additional points, however. The first is perhaps the most thorny, which is that for a number of effects, in my current assessment, the 2016 literature is simply insufficient, and it no longer accurately reflects what we know about nitrogen in particular, and then also the organic matter, which I'll elaborate on in a bit. And so what we're seeing is that there have been a lot of studies in the last few years. I started writing down some more of them in my notes here that I'll, of course, share with you, showing that in relatively undisturbed watersheds globally, we see that nitrogen deposition is actually reflected in the amount of nitrogen that's in a stream and delivered to downstream systems. And one of the so this is a series of vignettes and thoughts, not a clear, perhaps as clear as it might be, series of connected thoughts. But one of the other things that's come out in a paper that I was a co-author on just this year is revisiting the idea of soil health versus direct damage, direct effects of trees as the driver of forest ecosystem response to acid deposition. This is an example from the Czech Republic, combining deposition, SO2 measured, SO2 emitted, the whole system. And the most predictive in understanding the time course and the trajectory of response and recovery is in fact SO2 emission. And so to say, as you did based on the ISA, that, well, the effects of SO2 were well known and they're based on these short-term exposures, it's just like, well, but now we actually have 10, 20, 30 years of real world exposure. And the story is not as nuanced, and it may be that the direct effects are as important, or at least they should be considered much more carefully than they have been when we couldn't do a 30-year study if we only had 5 years of data. We only had lab experiments, but now we have longer. So that's one of the things that's come in this 7 years of 2016 literature versus 2023 this year. The final thing that's really come out in the last 7 years very strongly is the changes in the chemistry of surface waters that are associated with the time course of a clear decline in nitrogen. Okay, we finally are really seeing that well in the last 7 years, at least in my experience in the Northeast and other papers. And at the same time, we're seeing more frequently, we're seeing changes in the dissolved organic nitrogen, and the interactions between carbon and nitrogen in receiving systems are changing. They have changed. And so that was not nearly as obvious. There were plenty of hints that it was going on in 2016, but not nearly as obvious as it is now. We just had a recent paper came out by Monteith and included an EPA co-author, John Stoddard, showing the extent of and the mechanistic drivers of changes in organic carbon concentration in inland waters, which is their argument is that it's a change in ionic strength or acid deposition, however you want to look at it. So it's related to deposition. We're changing the whole combination of factors that drive the functioning of aquatic ecosystems. And finally, with this last 7 years, we've seen changes in our understanding, I believe, of deposition in terms of another paper we just published this past year was that looking at changes in inorganic, but now also organic nitrogen deposition, which may or may not be related to PM 2.5. We have no idea because most people haven't been measuring dissolved organic nitrogen in precipitation. It's a likely potential candidate. And so this meeting has gotten me really started thinking about the drivers of that. But we see that in New England, that the overall nitrogen deposition is going down. Thank goodness for the Clean Air Act. We're happy when we try to manage our estuary for that fact. And yet at the same time, the dissolved organic nitrogen fraction is going up. We're not sure why, but it seems pretty clear. Not just a fraction, but the total amount as well. And so these are changes in our understanding of how these systems work. They don't negate the past work, but they tell us that the world is a changing place and we can't just rely on what we knew, quote unquote, knew 20 years ago about like SO2 exposure. Now we have a chance to learn more, and especially about all these interactions among the different biogeochemical cycles. And so, you know, I'm not suggesting rewrite vast amounts, but highlight that as an issue that should be addressed as EPA moves forward, because it's like time to do another science assessment, like right away. Thanks.
Well, based on their 5-year cycle, we're already behind. Let's see, where are we? Hans.
Okay, what is there left to say? I pretty much agree with everything that's been said about the importance of nitrogen. And the world is changing. I totally agree with Bill. One of the things I think that should be stressed is what we call the continuum concept, that freshwater and marine systems are intricately connected. And the other thing that's really important is that as freshwater systems become more eutrophic, which is inevitable in many instances, and also the phosphorus in those lakes isn't going away, because phosphorus tends to just stay there as a legacy nutrient. Nitrogen becomes more important as a limiting nutrient control in primary production. And we're seeing that in places, for example, like Lake Erie, which now shows strong nitrogen limitation at certain times of the year. And a lot of it is not only because nitrogen is important, but phosphorus ain't going away. The legacy phosphorus issue is really playing a very important part in terms of how important nitrogen is as well. So nitrogen is becoming more important limiting nutrient in freshwater systems, particularly eutrophic ones. Lake Okeechobee is another example in Florida. And there are many reservoirs and small lakes that are now teetering on nitrogen limitation as well, or either co-limitation of nitrogen and phosphorus. So the extent is expanding. And I think we need to look at it in this continuum concept, because these systems are interconnected and it really becomes kind of a larger geographic issue. And locally here, you're sitting in a watershed of the Neuse River in North Carolina, which is very nitrogen limited, in large part because we've done such a good job of adding phosphorus to these systems and not being able to get it out. So nitrogen limitation is pretty much the rule in this system here. And as a result, the TMDL in the Neuse is a nitrogen-based TMDL. So, and the other thing I wanted to point out is that about 30% of the nitrogen that gets in to the Neuse is atmospheric nitrogen. Not only NAAQS, but as Bill pointed out, organic nitrogen and also ammonium. And let's see, what other issues did that have been mentioned? DON, really important, as Bill mentioned. It's increasing. We don't know in many instances why that's happening, but it's part of the nitrogen story as well. There was one other issue that I was going to bring up. Well, the legacy phosphorus issue is really important. Those two nutrients are really have to be looked at in both contexts. Let's see. I totally agree with what's been said, basically. Bob mentioned acidification, which is linked into, eutrophication and more organic matter being decomposed, but we're also now facing what is called basification because of the excessive production in these systems that to some extent is driven by nitrogen. So we're really looking at both extremes now in these systems, and in part it's driven by atmospheric and other nitrogen inputs. I think basically there was something else, but I'll save it for number 5. I'm sure it'll come back to me on that. I think last thing. I totally agree with what Bill was saying about the literature. A lot of this stuff about dual nutrient limitation now and nitrogen becoming more important has come out in the last 5 years or 6 years. We have several papers that point this out, but lots of other papers are pointing it out as well. Not only in the US, but Europe, China, Asia. And a lot of that's linked to excessive nitrogen input. So, you know, the atmosphere plays a really important role in all that. And I'll just stop there. And I guess my point is, need to update the literature, and we can provide a lot of that for you.
Yeah, I actually think since we are in the somewhat unusual situation of relying on an ISA that's 7 years old when the review is supposed to happen every 5 years, we would really help EPA a lot to identify new literature, and particularly the literature that we think is really influential in our opinions. I say that in a royal R way since it's outside my expertise, but clearly many of you have mentioned literature that you think is really important. I think that more than in other reviews, we really want to prioritize that. So
just one last comment.
Go ahead.
On Bob mentioned the toxicity issue, and this is a really important link between nitrogen and human impacts. Is what we're finding is that toxicity in places like Lake Erie, for example, from cyanobacterial blooms, is very closely linked to nitrogen inputs. There are recent papers on that I could provide you by our colleagues up there in the Great Lakes. And even Lake Superior is starting to show some responses to nitrogen. Now, there was a lake that nobody ever thought nitrogen would be important, but in some of the littoral zones, the near shore zones, it's becoming more important as a limiting nutrient.
And maybe EPA can clarify for me if the impact is on toxicity in a freshwater lake, which has direct impact on humans, is that then a primary standard question? Or also a primary, it's clearly a secondary standard question, but is it also a primary standard question then?
I don't think it's straightforward, because I think we'd want to talk about what are the effects and what are you saying. I think it's more easily addressed as a secondary issue. It's definitely an effect on the public welfare. That would be easy, I think, to argue, although speaking without looking at our lawyer.
All right, thank you. Further comments from anyone on this chapter, Lorraine?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the section 4.3, which does a really nice job of describing what's a welfare effect and connecting that to all these things we've had before. But now that, having gone through chapter 7 and the conclusions, I just want to come back around a little. I understand, and the document really emphasizes that there's judgment involved in deciding what's an adverse public welfare. I'm not sure if I'm linking the words together right, but I think in that I'm looking at that figure of 4.3. I think ultimately there's judgment there, but I think more could be done to bring forward and summarize why this stuff matters. In that last section there, the public welfare, it's like potential public welfare. Here's a few examples. I think it can be stated more strongly. This affects public welfare, and these are the reasons why. And yeah, the ultimate decision about what's adverse and is a judgment for the administrator, but I think you could give more support for that judgment process. It's not. The ISA had a whole section on ecosystem services, and you may or may not find that helpful bringing it forward. I think it's not going to give you quantitative, it's not going to give you numbers, but it may help in the description and of, why does this matter? I mean, we've got dead fish, dead trees, changes in habitat, biodiversity, and it's not just direct effects to people's seeing it or being there. It's that they care about preserving and maintaining these systems, specifically the designated parks and class 1 areas. But, my neighborhood park matters too. So we know what people care about. It's that there's clear. So you could say more or bring more forward that way.
Okay, go ahead, Hans.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up your comments, which are really timely. In terms of human welfare and impacts on humans, we're looking at things like drinking water supplies with the toxicity issue, cyanobacterial blooms, fishability, recreational use, aesthetics, believe it or not, is really important economically. So there are 4 items right there that could be put into that category.
Thank you. Other comments on this chapter? Nobody online either. So EPA, any clarifying anything?
I just had a question. A lot of good discussion here, a lot of good observations and issues raised. And in many cases, there are papers cited in your individual comments, but sometimes there weren't. For example, the one that I found interesting, I think it was Dr. Haworth was talking about, it could be a phosphorus limited lake. However, nitrogen was affecting the harmful algal blooms through contributing to the toxin production. And I didn't see a citation in that discussion. So where you all can provide citations to back up the statements, that's super useful to us. Thanks.
I can provide you a couple for Lake Erie.
Yeah, with their references I can provide. I was a little short on time when I sent in the comments to you, so it'll take me a while to pull it together. But in the literature on it, as I alluded to and as Hans also mentioned, is fairly recent. The blooms in Lake Superior that he's referring to, as well as Skaneateles, we have them in all of the Finger Lakes, all 10 of the Finger Lakes now in New York. That wasn't true 5 or 6 years ago as the time of the last assessment. So it's rapidly changing, not just the science, it's changing, the physical environment is changing too, to build on what Bill McDowell was saying, which means that although there are some papers here now, you're going to see an order of magnitude more in 5 to 10 years, but we'll send along what's available at the moment.
Yeah, and so thanks for bringing that up. And as I've tried to emphasize, it's really important. And I understand that people may not have put the references in their preliminary comments because they were probably stressed for time in terms of just getting them out. But we have some time before our follow-up meeting in September, so plenty of time to pull together those comments. Charlie, do you feel like you have enough to write up this consensus comments?
I think there's plenty to talk about, but I think the key question, and probably we would need to coordinate with the Chapter 5 group about what would be included in what section. So once we could get that resolved, I think we could, and we could task folks to help out with the text. So yes, I think we can handle it.
Yeah, and it looks like the group of you who was assigned looks like pretty much complete overlap, not complete overlap. So you should be good to make sure that you all can coordinate that. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but we're scheduled for a break at 3. We could either start Chapter 5 or maybe just take a 15-minute break now. Does anybody have a preference? Did I see? A couple of comments I didn't see.
I think there's so much overlap that, I think we're all fired up to probably talk about Chapter 5 too.
Okay, well, then we'll keep going. And Rich, did you want to say something?
Well, yeah, it was more in the form of a question. I was just wondering, sort of given what seems like this pretty important recognized need for an update of the science because of the long time gap. Is there a mechanism to permit that? Like, could there be a second policy assessment document with a science update component to it? Would there be a need to go back and revisit, what?
Yeah, there are a variety of mechanisms, but we also, as was recognized, we have a clock we have to follow. So we can do a lot of things, but we have a clock also with regard to our proposal date.
Okay, yeah, so I think in recognition of EPA's clock, we'll stick with we'll help them as much as we can strategy and hope that that's good enough for them to meet their demand and satisfy us too. Not that we have a chance to bite at the apple again, but so I think we're ready to move on to chapter 5. Is there going to be any change? No. Then I turn it back to EPA for a summary.
Okay, so chapter 5 is where we're taking the available information that we have regarding air concentrations and deposition conditions associated with SOx and NOx and PM and bringing that together to look at how we can link that that information together and to what degree we can do quantitative assessment, which previously we would call, would be part of the risk and exposure assessment, looking at the evidence and where we can do those types of quantitative assessments. So that's what I'm going to walk through now. And so the available quantitative information is really variable. It varies in how we can use it for different types of quantitative assessments of risk and what air quality information we have to support it, what deposition information we have to support it, and again, the limitations and uncertainties that surround that. In this draft PA, what we focused on is the quantitative analyses. We focused that on aquatic acidification related effects. And I would like to say that Jason Lynch with the Clean Air Markets Division has done most of our aquatic assessment. He's not able to be with us today, but he's the one who's done most of these assessments. And so we have information and tools that support the acidification assessment in freshwater ecosystems and give us confidence to be able to characterize the potential for acidification related ecological impacts and the associated levels of deposition that we're concerned about for those impacts. And so in these analyses, what we did was we focused on the aquatic acidification analyses on sulfur deposition rather than on both sulfur and nitrogen based on preliminary analyses that were done that indicated that under recent conditions, nitrogen doesn't contribute as significantly to acidification as it did in the past. And then these are critical loads based analyses that were performed at sort of 3 scales to give us different kinds of information to look at: the national scale, the ecoregion scale, and then a case study scale. And the estimates of these water body critical loads for at those scales, and then for 3 different ANC levels that that we were interested in targeting, came from the National Critical Load Database. And water bodies were estimated as not able to achieve these targets that we chose. It's important to remember that those weren't considered in the analyses, so we dropped that information out. Estimates of deposition for 5 3-year time periods were also looked at from 2001 to 2020, and those were based on TDEP. And so on the next slide, we talk about sort of an overview of the results from those analyses. So it's important, as we've talked about here, that sulfur deposition has declined significantly since the last review, which was granted a long time ago. And in the national scale analysis of recent deposition, looking at 2014 to 2016 and 2018 to 2020, there were few water body sites that received deposition in excess of critical loads for the targets that we looked at. Ecoregion level analyses looked a little more in depth, considered the extent to which the water bodies within each ecoregion were estimated to achieve those targets under differing conditions for estimated sulfur deposition. And just to kind of give you an example, which you would have seen in the document, was based on deposition estimates in 18 eastern and 7 western ecoregions for the 5 time periods. Again, this was from 2001 to 2020. We calculated the percent of water body sites per ecoregion that were estimated to either achieve or exceed those 3 NC targets of interest. And then we just sort of categorized those results to be able to describe them, and we put them into deposition bins And then that was used to facilitate the consideration of ecosystem risk or protection that was associated with different deposition levels. And then we looked at, again, a slightly more detailed scale when we looked at case study analyses, which gave us some additional information about what was going on in very localized areas. And the estimates of critical loads for the 3 NC targets were then summarized for water bodies within those 5 case studies. The eastern case study areas obviously have experienced many decades of very high acidic deposition, and that was something that we needed to take into account. And then the western areas have had crucially less deposition and better air quality. So it gave us sort of a way to look at the differences between both the eastern and the western parts of the country. And then that brings us to the charge questions. And again, the intent here is to summarize the available information, looking at air concentrations, deposition, and effects for the pollutants that we're concerned about, and to describe as best we can the quantitative analyses that we've performed and how we can use that to describe both the evidence and what's going on. And so the charge questions here are, did the panel find the presentation of the information and the quantitative analyses related to welfare effects for NOx, SOx, and PM to be technically sound and clearly communicated? What does the panel think about our quantitative analysis of aquatic acidification risks, including the choice of the analysis approach, the spatial resolutions that we used, and have we appropriately characterized the results of this analysis, and including those key limitations and associated uncertainties which we need to keep in mind when we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Are there any clarifying questions for EPA before we proceed to our assigned reviewers? I'm seeing none. So Yvonne, you're up first.
Thank you. And thank you, EPA, for that overview. Overall, I think the chapter was well written, generally clear, although it can be dense in the analytical details in sections. And it successfully linked the discussion of scientific evidence to the policy objectives. The timeline for this evaluation is was relatively short for CASAC's review, and I only mentioned that. It's already been mentioned in that, given the time since the ISA, there's a significant burden to highlight the most critical research that's taken place since then, and there's been ample discussion on that. I'd underscore in that comment, however, that the analysis is based on the ISA, which I thought was a strong assessment of the literature up until approximately 2017. I was uncertain about the EPA's approach to this significant gap. The ISA came out in 2020, but it covered literature to approximately 2017. The draft PA notes that beyond the 2020 ISA, EPA included, quote unquote, additional policy relevant quantitative air quality, exposure, and risk analyses. And I was wondering and recommending further clarification to what that actually means. Was there an attempt to draw on key literature between then and now? Or did this strictly refer to the actual analyses that are presented in the chapter? Certainly, if it included the literature, essentially all of the literature in the ISA was policy relevant. And so, given the gap and the importance of the question about the impact of that time, and we've been talking about it significantly here today, I think that needs to be further clarified in the draft PA. The focus on aquatic acidification, largely based on modeling studies, the discussion of critical loads, the use of ANC as a key metric for the evaluation of acidification, seem appropriate in light of the policy objectives for the chapter. The treatment of the aquatic acidification is, of course, the most quantitative section of the analyses presented. And the body of research supporting that is quite extensive. The PA appropriately highlights the evidence of these successes particularly relevant to sulfur deposition declines and the improvements in surface water quality in North America. That should be certainly further emphasized, since I think there's a really important success story in that regard from the work that this panel and prior panels and EPA has done through the Clean Air Act. The PA pays a lot of attention to the base cation aluminum ratio. We've already discussed that, just underscoring that it almost comes across as that is the indicator in terrestrial ecosystems, much like ANC is in aquatic ecosystems. And I would argue that the base cation to aluminum ratio is one of a number of different metrics that are used in that context. And so the PA should appropriately highlight it because that metric is used so often. But there's a larger body of literature that points to other measurements of particular soil response that should be included or referenced. The PA is to be commended for its efforts to describe the complex and challenging issue of nitrogen. We've had some great discussions about that already, both for aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems. However, I felt like the PA could benefit from a concise overview, potentially a few paragraphs, a conceptual diagram, to really capture the complexity of the broad category of nitrogen. That includes issues around reduced and oxidized forms, gaseous, dissolved, and particulate phases, exposure versus deposition, both the negative and the positive impacts, such as acidification versus enhanced growth, atmospheric versus runoff-derived nitrogen, acidification versus eutrophication, freshwater versus estuarian effects, as well as the complex dynamics of nitrogen cycling that are particularly important when we look at recovery. And it would be, I think, valuable. The reader learns about most of these aspects throughout the course of the entire document, but it is challenging to even those that are expert, and I don't pretend to be that, to know what's covered by this PA and what's not covered, and how do these different issues relate. And having a point of reference for the complexities of the nitrogen. Figure 2.1 is valuable relative to the chemical species, but I'm talking about a more comprehensive understanding of all the different tentacles of the nitrogen issue. And I agree with Dr. Driscoll in that, and others, that we know a lot about nitrogen, and it's not vague as to our understanding of certain effects. I'd add 2 points of consideration regarding uncertainty, although I applaud Bill's comments relative to the need to highlight certainty, much like with various aspects of the nitrogen cycling. The first, as stated in the PA, the extent of the influence of historical deposition on the associations reported in these studies with metrics quantifying more recent deposition is generally not known. And so that's an important unknown that does add to the uncertainty of how we anticipate ecosystems responding in the future. The concurrent recovery from high historical deposition of both sulfur and nitrogen influencing our understanding of effects going forward. And the second is that the PA makes only passing reference to the reality that of our knowledge of sulfur, nitrogen, and PM impacts on ecosystems, and its relationship to what we might generally call climate change, or the accelerating changes in our climate system, including warming, intensification of the hydrologic cycles, and rising atmospheric CO2, among others, and certainly particularly with the nitrogen processes, that is increasingly important. The PA refers to climate mostly in the context of historical climate as a factor to be considered, that was considered in studies that were referenced. And there's an increasing literature on the intersection of changing climate with other air pollutants, including the ones under discussion today. And this has implications for our level of uncertainty in our knowledge base. As noted in the CASAC review of the ISA, this discussion in the PA should also include clarifying statements on the differences between meteorological factors over specific time periods, more like i.e. weather, long-term climate change, and again, the changes in atmospheric chemistry. So I think that's an important aspect that contributes to the uncertainty. It underscores what's already just been said a little while ago, that we're 2 years behind the 5-year cycle of an ISA, and the literature is increasingly abundant and strong on the importance of these environmental changes in assessing ecosystem response to sulfur, nitrogen, and PM. And so with that, turn it over to other panelists.
Thank you for those comments. Next up is Doug Burns.
Hi. Okay. I thought in general, chapter 5 was, generally well written and organized, and I didn't have too much trouble with it. The only place where I found it a little bit difficult to read was that discussion about critical load exceedance pairs. There was this really dense discussion of that. I assume a lot of that information came from Jason Lynch's modeling it. I understand, I guess, why you included that, but it's a little dense of a read in that section. It's not always clear what your intention is with presenting all that. So that could probably maybe just be clarified a little bit. But other than that, I thought it was, well written. Just one small thing I would add about when you're talking about ecosystem sensitivity that I didn't see listed was, there are, you call them landscape factors or topographic factors or geomorphic factors. They're really important components of the kind of sensitivity equation. Just a small mention. Doctors Fernandez and Driscoll have already covered, I guess, the base cation to aluminum ratios things, just a little more clarification and maybe not making that quite so prominent in the chapter, maybe mentioning we can provide some references, but other work that uses metrics that are probably just as valuable or more valuable for effects on forest vegetation. One thing I wanted to say about particulate nitrogen that I don't think came out very clearly in the chapter was, it's an important component of nitrogen deposition, and it becomes more important in drier climates. And so it's really very, very important when you go somewhere like Southern California, maybe just to emphasize, the role of particulate nitrogen, just becoming correspondingly more important in terms of ecosystem effects. It's important anyway, but even more important in sort of arid and semi-arid climate environments. And then to maybe build on what a few others have said about maybe nitrogen being downplayed a little bit, maybe doesn't seem to be as important as many of us feel it really is. You mentioned episodic acidification. You talk about it. It's important from an ecosystem effects point of view, and there's quite a bit of mention in the chapter about that. But in the northeastern US, episodic acidification is generally driven by nitrate. And so I know the way you've looked at acidification as this sort of long-term thing causes you to want to write off nitrogen, but if episodic acidification effects are important to ecosystems, then nitrogen is the main culprit. Nitrate concentrations drive episodic acidification. During snowmelt is what we see in the Northeast. So I just didn't think that came out very clearly in the chapter. And then I thought, using ANC as your kind of master aquatic metric, that's correct. And Charlie does correctly point out that can be a difference between a charge balance based ANC and a measured ANC, but just as long as you're clear about that. I wasn't always clear in the chapter. You sort of throw ANC out there, but it varies quite a bit in a body of water over the course of a year. So just if you're clear, we are using an annual average, a summer base flow value, just maybe just define exactly the time frame when you're talking about ANC. Maybe you only have to do it briefly. I just didn't think that came out very clearly in the discussion. And one final thing I would just add, I guess echoing what Hans and Bob have said about, the importance of nitrogen in estuaries. One reason it's so important is a lot of these estuaries, there are these efforts through best management practices to reduce nitrogen loads. And, obviously there's multiple sources, but what it turns out, atmospheric nitrogen, one of the reasons it's so important is it's often introduced in the steep headwater areas, and there's less legacy than down in the lowlands where you have these groundwaters that might be, decades and decades old. So as these estuaries are trying to reach their nitrogen reduction goals to improve the ecosystems, it's atmospheric nitrogen deposition and the way it's been declining that's often one of the leading drivers of ecosystem improvement because of the way it's introduced into the landscape. So I would just echo what they said. I think a little more attention maybe needs to be played to that issue, nitrogen in estuaries. And that's all I had.
Great, thank you. Bob Haworth?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. Most of the comments I made with regard to chapter 4 are applicable to chapter 5 as well. And I really think we need to have a much larger emphasis on the estuaries, and agreeing with Hans also on freshwater lakes in terms of eutrophication, but particularly the estuaries eutrophication. Let me just read one statement from chapter 5 here. On page 548, the draft PA says, with regard to the effects related to nitrogen enrichment in various types of aquatic ecosystems, such analyses were not performed due to recognition of a number of factors, including modeling and assessment complexities and site or water body specific data requirements, as well as in some cases, issues of apportionment of atmospheric sources separate from other influential sources. And I just, I strongly object to the statement and to that as a justification for downplaying what could be done with estuaries. Again, I appreciate what chapter 5 has done with the sulfur and critical load assessment. I would argue that the complexities associated with that are every bit as large as they are for assessing the nitrogen inputs to estuaries. There is a quantitative science that relates eutrophication in estuaries to the nitrogen load, and there are good data sources and good modeling sources that can apportion how much of that nitrogen is coming from atmospheric sources. There are complexities. I very much appreciate what Doug Burns just said about the importance of where the deposition is occurring and the fact that nitrogen deposition in steeper headwaters might be something to particularly pay attention to in terms of estuaries. That level of detail is important, but that aside, the science is there for doing a quantitative assessment, and it's does a disservice to the administrator and to the public to imply otherwise. So I really think we need some major work on this part of the PA. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, Charlie.
So thank you. Just a couple of other things to add. That I mentioned when I was talking about chapter 4, that there have been some recent critical load assessments for nitrogen and sulfur that are comprehensive using the FIA data that could be brought into brought it to the PA. The other thing I wanted to mention is I think, what Jason's done, the critical load modeling for sulfur is very interesting and very useful. One thing that I would like to see, to put it in perspective, is there's not really a very good description of what is a steady state model and what are the assumptions that go into a steady state model. Those are all steady state models. They assume no time dependence. That's not obviously a realistic reality. There have been a number of studies, which I sent some of them in references that I've been involved in, that have applied dynamic models or dynamic models in tandem with steady state models. So I think I wouldn't want you to elaborate too much, but I think that you could strengthen your description of the results of the steady state models by indicating that there has been quite a bit of dynamic modeling effort to quantify the time dependent nature of recovery of water, of soil, and so on and so forth, to put the steady state modeling in perspective. And some of those have been done over pretty large spatial scales. So I think I would encourage you to look at that, and I think that could bolster the work that was done in this chapter on steady state modeling, and to clearly indicate what are the limitations and strengths of steady state versus dynamic modeling.
All right, thank you. Frank Gilliam?
Yes, thank you very much. And I would like to just, if you don't mind, a quick personal statement. I apologize for my sort of physical condition. I ended up having a major bypass surgery the very day right after our Zoom meeting back in late May. And so I had to leave for my follow-up with the surgeon just earlier today. So I missed the chapter 4. Just wanted to make sure you understood that's why I missed, and I'm very apologize for that. I do want to reiterate what Bob said about those. I found a lot of similarities between chapters 4 and 5, and again, I didn't get to comment on chapter 4, so I'll just kind of lump maybe both of my comments together. That in general, I found both of them well organized and well written. One of the things that I found that would have been a really good addition is there was a paper that we published just a few years ago. It involved Doug and Charlie and some others, where we set out some predictions based on the pattern of decreasing nitrogen deposition that we find, especially in the eastern forests of the eastern United States. And so I would very much encourage an inclusion of something like this, because it offers some very specific predictions about what the future might look like under the conditions of decreased nitrogen deposition. On the other hand, this paper also points out what we've discussed here as well, is that there's been a temporal flip-flop, if you will, in the form of dominant nitrogen deposition, whereas nitrate was the dominant form for many years, and now reduced nitrogen, especially ammonium deposition, has sort of taken over. So I agree with the previous discussions earlier this morning that the more that we can somehow introduce ammonium deposition, ammonia concentrations into the scenario, I think the more realistic is going to be the document. So I think I'll just stop there, and sorry for kind of being personal with my health things. It's just, there it is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and we appreciate that you can participate as you have been able. So Bill McDowell.
Thanks. I think most of my thoughts on this chapter were really expressed on the previous one, so I won't add anything else beyond what I've already pointed out.
Also, I can mention for you, Frank, if you care to, all of this is online or will be on YouTube. You can look it up and you can hear our discussion about chapter 4. And if you care to do that and have anything to add now or in the in our write-ups of the comments that we can make public later, then you're welcome to do that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Bye.
All right, last but not least is Hans.
First of all, we wish you well, Frank. And hope things are going good for you.
Thank you so much. I'm doing better than I thought I would.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Just a few things to add. I think most has been said, and it really is a lot of overlap between these two chapters. So I don't know, maybe in the end it should be one, or at least a combined one. And I just wanted to reiterate what several of us have said. That is, you know, we know a lot about deposition of nitrogen in estuarine waters. In fact, there have been reviews written on it, including one that I wrote some time back. So we have numbers. I think what's really needed is how does that relate to the threshold, to the eutrophication threshold and harmful algal bloom thresholds in these systems? And that's a challenging question. It should be in the document, I think, you know, along with what we know about deposition phenomena in estuarine and coastal systems. The only other thing I wanted to add, and this I think is sort of an addition to what Doug mentioned about the watershed, is if you look at the other side of that coin, a lot of estuaries have what are called, you know, sweet spots or highly productive zones in the middle, where a lot of the nitrogen is assimilated and used. But then downwind of that, atmospheric deposition becomes really important because it's able to bypass the sort of this chlorophyll max that we call it. So, and I did have a student, Dave Whitehall, who actually is at NOAA's coastal ocean program now, who actually looked at this issue, and it turns out that in North Carolina's Albemarle Pamlico Sound system, the relative contribution of atmospheric nitrogen actually increases as you go down into the more coastal part of the system. So, you know, it's not off the hook. In fact, it can lead to eutrophication downstream, where the nitrogen and phosphorus have already been assimilated upstream. So, so that's a very important spatial part of both the budgets and modeling deposition in our coastal environments. And I think, you know, I think I brought this up in the last, I think it may be in the last iteration of this, of the review that we had, but I can provide you some references for that as well. Does everybody understand that concept? Okay. That's it.
Thank you. So now I open it up if there's anybody else on the panel who wishes to comment. Rich?
Oh, as others have observed, that some of that modeling work for sulfur deposition and changes over time that Jason did is just so impressive. And I'm thinking of like looking at the figures 5.7 through 5.10 that show these dramatic changes over time in the different surface waters that exceed critical loads throughout the country and so forth. And it's just so impressive. So it struck me that with this incredible database of all these surface waters that have changed in their exceedance or non-exceedance of critical loads over time, couldn't we see some evaluation of what's happened chemically in those lakes? What does recovery look like chemically, and how does that compare to the changes in deposition, for example? It seems like just such an incredible resource that could be evaluated. And then the next big question is, well, what's the biological recovery, if any? But, and Hans and others have mentioned some degree of improvement from nitrogen deposition in some places. And just what does that look like, I think would be informative. So that was, that one other thought. A number of occasions here and elsewhere in the report, you sort of lament that there's this high degree of variability within an ecoregion in terms of the relative inherent sensitivity of lakes, different forest types, deposition variability within the ecoregion. And I was thinking, like, these ecoregions aren't sacred. So if you had one that was especially problematic, you could cut it in half or divide it up or whatever, just a thought.
Thank you. Other comments from anyone? Okay, EPA have any questions or follow-up? No? Yvonne, do you think you have what you need to lead the write-up on this, which you may end up working pretty closely with Charlie on based on what I've heard?
My pleasure.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
All right, then it sounds like we finished chapter 5, and now that it's 2:50, I don't think it's too early to take our 3 o'clock break. So we'll take 15 minutes. All right, our official break time is over, so people can gather back to their seats. And we'll be moving to chapter 6 if there's going to be a change of the guard up front. While EPA is getting settled, I wanted to let everybody know that since we appear to be running a little bit ahead of schedule, what I'm thinking is that we might have a very preliminary discussion about Chapter 7 today. The main reason being that I want people to think about it, be able to think about it overnight. And we'll have our official discussion tomorrow because all of the assigned discussants will be available tomorrow, and might even wait to have the EPA presentation tomorrow. But I'd like just to have some sort of a structured, unstructured conversation about the standards today, assuming we have time, just so that people can start thinking, and in case we need to figure out anything that hasn't been recommended, we have a little time to do that. So that's my thought. And so we'll see where we get after Chapter 6. So now I'll turn it back to EPA.
Thanks, Dr. Shepard. So as we have been for the other chapters, just a couple of introductory slides to orient everyone to sort of the goal of the chapter and hopefully tee up the discussion that follows. Talking about Chapter 6, relating, the goal of this section is to examine the relationship between air concentrations, particularly oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur, and PM, with atmospheric deposition of sulfur and nitrogen. As we've talked about in many other chapters earlier today, there are a number of factors that complicate efforts in identifying a standard connecting sulfur and nitrogen deposition air concentrations. One of them is the spatial and temporal differences that we see in these relationships between particularly areas close to sources of emissions of nitrogen and sulfur and those more distant. The relationships can vary by pollutant as well. A second complication is that NAAQS monitors, I think as everyone's familiar, are typically located in near source regions or where concentrations are expected to be the highest, while areas of public welfare interest may be somewhat remote from that, particularly those sensitive ecosystems. So with those two sort of limitations in mind, we designed a number of different analyses to try to establish a relationship between concentrations and deposition. And they kind of break out into two particular categories or two types of analyses. The first focused on a small number of Class 1 areas that had co-located air concentration and deposition data. These are mostly in rural areas, mostly away from the largest sources of nitrogen and sulfur. And so for this analysis, we compared CASAC and improved air quality measurements with co-located NADP wet deposition was sort of the first of three tiers of this Class 1 area analysis. The second was to make those same comparisons of CASAC and improve air quality measurements against TDEP estimates. And then as a third analysis, we simply did a model versus model comparison. So using the CMAQ model, we looked at how air concentrations and deposition related in the model space itself. So that was sort of the first type of analyses we did, which was more focused on the rural areas. The second type of analysis we did was more national, or was a national scale analysis. And in that case, we linked the concentration data to downwind areas, deposition data using the high split trajectory model. I want to call out Mark Evangelista, who's in the back of the room, who did this work for us. And so in this analysis, we attempted to link design value data, again, at a national scale for sites of influence as identified by the trajectory model. So typically, and then link the air quality as measured in those areas to deposition and downwind ecoregions. So those were the types of analyses. Moving on to the next slide. Quick overview of the findings. Together, the analyses suggested that, as we expected going in, while not perfect, there may be some metrics that have the potential to serve as indicators for deposition. The first analyses looking at the co-located data in the class 1 site suggested that PM 2.5 from the improved monitors and sulfate from the CASNet monitors, as well as total sulfate, so SO2 plus SO4, may be predictive of nearby sulfur deposition. And in the same way, with slightly weaker correlations, both PM from improve and total nitrate and total nitrogen from CASNet may be predictive of nearby nitrogen deposition. For the national scale analysis, when we compared near source monitors with relatively distant deposition and downwind ecoregions, using the trajectory analyses and design value data at the upwind sites of influence, what we saw was that there was a relatively strong correlation between annual average SO2 metrics and the downwind sulfur deposition. And then for nitrogen deposition, we saw the strongest relationship between annual average PM 2.5 concentrations and eventual downwind nitrogen deposition. So as is the case for other chapters, the charge questions are, to what extent does the panel find that this evaluation of these relationships between concentration and deposition are clearly described and technically sound? And then what are CASAC's views on the consideration of key limitations and associated uncertainties with these various analyses? Look forward to the conversation.
All right, thank you. Anyone have any clarifying questions for EPA? Then we'll move on to the assigned panelists. So Donna Kensky's first. Thank you. So I thought this was an interesting analysis, the EAQM piece of it, and along with all the other correlations as well. And it did provide a lot of supporting evidence, I think, for the approach to use in Chapter 7 and the policy decisions. But I do think that some of the assumptions and the plots weren't adequately or completely addressed in the discussion. Or some of the, I don't know, there were these weird bifurcations in some of those correlation plots that weren't really discussed, and I don't know where all that came from. It does mention that you used wet deposition as a proxy for total deposition. So since you don't have measured dry deposition, so that could be perhaps a piece of it. And in that you got such good correlations, it sort of implies that that assumption is valid, but it doesn't explain the these weird things that look like artifacts to me, or maybe it's some geographic thing. I don't know, but I really want that question answered because it doesn't look like random variability. So I don't know if you guys looked at that, had an answer, and just didn't make it into the text, or if that's something you could look at further. I guess the most interesting part of this chapter, which overall I thought was fine, but that figure 625 that you used sort of to justify that using PM, as a surrogate for nitrogen deposition, it's so good.
you could put two co-located PM monitors together and not get a correlation like that. So I just don't understand how that could happen. I don't know if that was my first reaction to that plot. It may be perfectly fine, but I'd really like to see some more evidence. And I don't think that relationship alone is enough to justify then potentially setting a PM standard to control nitrogen. Those are my main complaints or issues. Otherwise, I think it's great. I loved all the plots, and it's good work.
Thank you. Did EPA want to comment on any of that, about that plot, for instance?
I think we shared the same reaction that you did, Dr. Kinski, when we saw the plot. I would point out that the comparisons on the sulfur side were, while not as linear, were pretty well. There was a nice one-to-one there as well, matched up against the AEA-QM, the weighted average data. But your point is well taken. I make sure I understand it, which is, to the extent that these plots that the PA could do a little bit more to draw out why we see, bifurcations or certain deviations from the overall pattern, to do more there, it sounds like is the request of the panel. I think that's something we can do.
All right. Next up is Doug Burns.
Yeah, hi. Regarding the relationships that you dig into in this section, I wanted to ask a question. Did you, for the wet deposition, did you climate normalize those values? That might take some of the noise out of that. That's what they do, for example, in the Chesapeake Bay program, that's what they do when they look at long-term patterns. So you know what I'm asking?
Yes, we did not.
Oh, that would be my recommendation. I think that kind of takes climate variation out of it a little bit. And it allows you to, I think, maybe see a more straightforward relationship between, I think it would maybe improve the strength of the relationships a little bit. I don't know if others agree about that, but that's my feeling. Other than that, I didn't have too much to say. I thought you did a good job with this chapter, and obviously when you throw ammonium into the equation and then use total nitrogen, the relationships, become weaker, which is not surprising. And I think in places you state something like that may be why. I think that's most likely a major reason why. You could probably even state that in a stronger way in the chapter. There are probably other factors as well, but and I don't know what to say. We get down to these low levels, these ratios weaken tremendously. There's a lot of noise in the data. Probably not surprising, but it does make it more difficult, I think, to take this leap with the transference ratio. So that's about all I had to say.
All right, thank you for that. Delvin's not on still, right? Alexandra.
Okay, so I think that the approach that was taken in this chapter seems reasonable, and I think the intent was definitely clearly communicated. I just have a couple of small things to note on the scatter plots. I think it was a little hard to work through them because the terminology changed at times throughout the text. So, for example, the components of PM 2.5 were referred to variously as SO4 and NO3 and nitrate PM 2.5, et cetera. I also found that there weren't clear definitions of what species were included in the different variables that were on the axes. So, for example, the text noted that ammonium was included in total nitrate in the CMAQ model later in the text. which led me to wonder if there was something I didn't know about what species were being included in the different variables. So I think it would be really helpful as a small edit to add a table with the definitions of the various variables, and something similar to that was done in table 6.2, 6.2, and it was very, very helpful. There were also places where words like total deposition can of course be confusing because it could be wet plus dry or S plus N and so forth. So again, defining those terms clearly, along with what is improve N. I found myself asking that question because at one point it said that ammonium was not measured as part of the network, and then it's approximated as part of the network. So just various inconsistencies. Let's see here. I actually want to echo what Dr. Burns said about the relationships that were weaker between wet nitrogen deposition and nitrate and nitric acid, really supporting the role of ammonium PM2.5 and driving nitrogen deposition. And that point was suggested, but I think it could be really clarified at the end of that section. And the data shows it and supports it. So one question that I had that Donna mentioned early on was the use of wet deposition as a proxy for total deposition. And I guess I just wasn't really clear on what the word proxy meant. Again, it was a definition term. I was confused by that because we know that dry deposition is so variable in arid regions and montane regions in the Western US. And so I was curious what that meant exactly and why that assumption was made, given that we know that dry deposition is such a high proportion of the total in Western US areas. And then I think one comment, I think it's really interesting that we're talking about how sensitive ecosystems might be more important for public welfare. And I guess I wanted to raise the flag that urban nature is important too. I think a really interesting complement, perhaps not for this review, but in the future, would be to think about concentration and deposition relationships in urban areas. Most of us live in urban areas in the United States. And for a lot of people, this is the only place to enjoy urban nature or nature at all. With the recent focus and interest on disparities in access to nature, I think that this raises the importance of the point of urban trees and urban forests and how they might be affected by pollution. So I would say that the effects of atmospheric deposition on urban ecosystems are of critical importance to public welfare more than ever. And we know that there are multiple underserved populations in cities that don't access nature outside of cities. So that kind of addresses a disparities question as well. And just to end on the point that I think we have sufficient data in urban areas to do those analyses. And I guess the last point that I wanted to make in terms of the limitations and associated uncertainties, I think a couple of people mentioned in their comments about the high split modeling. I think the high split modeling approach was good. And I think that it would be great to include in the appendix some additional details on how the various parameters were determined, like the percentage of hits or plume height, and or if sensitivity analysis were conducted to support those choices. So with that, I'll finalize my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Stephen Schwartz.
Yes, thank you. I have three sort of major points that I prepared for this discussion, but before I get to them, I want to come back to this discussion of the scatterplot matrices. In particular, I'm looking at figure 6-5. And the one that really strikes the eye is the one that's a plot of NADP sulfur plus nitrogen versus NADP sulfur. And it looks pretty close to a one-to-one line. And my comment is that if nitrogen were a lot less than sulfur, it's basically plotting sulfur against sulfur, maybe not such a surprise that it's a good straight line. The scales are slightly different, so I can't tell if that's a slope of one or slightly more than one. And there is some scatter about that. With regard to the scatter plot matrices in general, the correlation coefficient is given, but the slope is really the much more important quantity, and you've got a lot of wasted space up there. So give the slope and its uncertainty, as well as just the correlation coefficient. That'd be much more valuable. And that's all I wanted to say about that. Coming to my major points. The first one is an observation that the task of setting concentration standards to achieve target maximum deposition, I consider that to be enormously challenging. And I think everybody would agree. At the crux of this is that the concentration standard is for a time and place that is different from the locus of deposition. And so one really needs transfer matrices, or what I'm calling Green's functions, not simply transference velocities, which were developed in this report. So the deposition at a given location of interest would then be the integral in multiple dimensions over these Green functions times the concentrations at all locations contributing to the deposition at that location. And as I say, it's enormously challenging. And I think beyond the present capability within the accuracy requirements for standard setting. And so I think that may be contributing to what I would characterize as shortcuts through the transference velocities that are presented and discussed. I think a key issue here is within the accuracy requirements for standard setting. I think our ability to relate concentrations to deposition elsewhere and elsewhere in time is really beyond the accuracy requirements. The uncertainty in that is beyond the accuracy requirements, and we need to have another kind of more global approach, which was done really with the acid deposition amendments. They basically said, we don't know exactly where the deposition is coming from, so reduce the emissions in an efficient way, and that worked. My second point is having to do with the transference velocities that are developed and applied, and is simply not scientifically valid to lump together transference velocities for different chemical species such as SO2 and sulfate, for which the mechanism of deposition is different, principally dry or principally wet, respectively. So flawed as they are, these transference velocities must be developed and applied for each chemical species, and then total deposition determined as a sum of the wet and the dry deposition amounts, and for the different species. I really want to get now to what I consider a much more intrinsic question with regard to this chapter, and perhaps more broadly. And that is a concern over the approach taken here to development and application of the relation between design concentrations in source regions and deposition in receptor regions. This development application is the cutting edge of present understanding. The material presented in the chapter here, while impressive, does not seem appropriate for a document as the present one, the objective of which is evaluation of the policy implications of currently available scientific information for the purpose of standard setting. In my opinion, the model developed and presented, or any such model, needs to be presented, applied, and evaluated in the peer-reviewed scientific literature, scrutinized by the pertinent scientific community, rather than being introduced and applied in a document such as the present one, which in many instances reads like a report of activities and findings. EPA analyzed thus. There's a lot of language of that sort in the document. So I would underscore what I consider a fundamental distinction between these two components of the standard setting process, the development and of the scientific and evaluation of scientific understanding, and then the application for the purpose of standard setting. So I underscore the fundamental distinction between these two components of the standard setting process and the importance of this distinction. And I would really like to hear from EPA why they conducted the activities they did and reported them here in this chapter, as opposed to drawing from the peer-reviewed and published scientific literature. I think that's a very important issue regarding this chapter and other chapters that are important. So those are my principal concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from EPA on this?
We appreciate the comments. I think where we started from was the last review and some of the work that was done for the transference ratios there, transference quotients, velocities. Also some of the work with the AAI, and knowing coming out of that exercise where some of the limitations were. So taking a step back, using 20 years of data, understanding that we would value from seeing the change, that it would be informative to be evaluating a period in which nitrogen and sulfur emissions are sharply downward, to take a look at those relationships to see if we could build some sort of understanding between concentrations and deposition, knowing that they would be imperfect. That was sort of the origin for the analyses. I think I'll stop there.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I concur that there has been a lot of information developed over the time period that you referred to, and the change in the amounts and so forth. But I really do think that a policy assessment such as the present one is not the place to do that analysis. I think that analysis, at least in an ideal world, belongs in the research literature, up to the scrutiny of the community that's involved in this kind of research, and then that published work and the uncertainties that are associated with it become part of the basis for a policy recommendation, as opposed to doing that kind of analysis in the present report. That's my feeling. I understand what you've done and why you've done it. You've outlined that, but I express grave concern over that.
Thank you. I think, Karen, were you going to say something?
I was just going to add, if you are aware of literature that you think informs the connection between the deposition and the concentration, please send it, please provide it in your comments. I mean, we'd be happy to use that information.
Yeah, I didn't quite get all what you said through the Zoom. I don't know what's the best way to convey it to me, email or
I can just repeat it. No, it's fine. I just repeat it. You were referencing literature that you said you thought was useful in connecting deposition to concentrations. If you have those citations, if that would be very useful.
Well, there are references in this document to prior work by Koo and by Sickles, and that's all for the good. But the relationships that are developed in this report really go beyond the published literature in new, potentially important directions and extensions. And I know there are limitations of time and so forth, but again, in an ideal world, I would like to see much of this present chapter in where it says, we analyzed, we found, those kinds of things, to my thinking, don't belong in this document. We analyzed, we found kinds of things belong in the scientific literature. There's new findings here. I won't dispute that, but this is not, I think this is not the place to present it.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. I guess I would just add that historically the process excuse me, ma'am, but historically we have included these types of analyses, and we do look to CASAC to be reviewing these analyses in the inclusion in the policy assessment. So.
Well, okay, I think that's the point of view. I don't think it's the role of the CASAC to do the peer reviewing. It's the role of CASAC to review, to give its view on the standard setting activity.
Yeah, so I think that Stephen's making an interesting and important point, and Karen sort of on the other side of it, sort of our role in in reviewing risk, in some sense, a risk and exposure assessment, which my understanding, not being an expert in this area, is this is what this is. And I think Stephen's making an important point that, at least in this case, that it goes further beyond what we know or is what accepted. And Stephen, correct me if you think I'm wrong, that therefore it belongs in the peer-reviewed literature, and that tasking CASAC with vetting it scientifically is maybe beyond the scope of what's appropriate. That's what I'm hearing. And I would suggest, without understanding the science in this particular case well enough, so I may be going out on a limb, that this may be different than some of the other risk and exposure assessments that CASAC typically reviews, where I would say, from my point of view, being more of an expert on the health side, that they're more standard than what I'm hearing Stephen saying about this particular analysis. So this might be worth some discussion. And the second point, and I see Praveen wants to comment, the second point I'd like to make that we can come back to after this is, because we just had a pretty long discussion about this for those of us who were involved in the ozone reconsideration, how much we actually need some kind of a quantitative assessment to recommend a standard. And Stephen also made this point that that the scientific evidence can stand alone in some sense, if I am putting words in your mouth. And I don't know if you want to, Stephen, if you want to follow up at all on what I just said to make sure I didn't garble anything or misunderstand you.
Well, yeah, I want to thank you for rather succinctly summarizing my view. I think we really want to distinguish between, in this instance, the scientific understanding between concentrations, and which is where the standard is being set, and deposition, which is where the concern of effects is. So we want to distinguish that scientific question, the capability of doing that and the accuracy of that, from the standard setting process, which relies upon that scientific understanding. So, and I think the analogy you give to ozone may be very apt. There's the chemical issues of the ozone, and then the effects issues on the exposed population. So I think those are important distinctions, and that's what I really wanted to call attention to here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Praveen, you want to speak?
Thank you. I'm just going to ask Steve a question. You mentioned about the peer review literature. So I'm thinking, the work has to be on methods like eddy correlation method or gradient transport methods to figure out, what the current understanding is of deposition concentration relationship for various pollutants at various locations. Is that what you mean? I just want a clarifying question.
Yeah, let me try to distinguish that. There is, of course, much known about eddy correlation. And that's a very valuable technique. It's limited in its application, but one can make inferences from that. But I'm trying to move my mouse between two screens to try to look for the sort of language that I was speaking to, where it speaks to activities that were done in this report that I think really are activities that ought to be reported and evaluated in the peer review literature that goes beyond what is already sort of in the literature and rather well understood. So on page 6-22 is sort of the language that speaks to the activities that were done and reported in this document. To better understand the relationship between these measured air quality concentrations and SNN deposition at various downwind locations of significance, this assessment, present document, uses the high split air parcel trajectory model to examine the transport of pollutant material from source receptor. In this analysis, the EPA utilized all NO2, SO2, PM2.5 ambient air quality monitor locations for which valid design values exist, et cetera, in conjunction with the high split model to identify. So this is description of new activity that's being done here. Relate concentrations at upwind locations to deposition at other locations. The analysis from this, the output from this analysis was then post-processed, associated with ambient concentration measurements to identify its skill, et cetera. Next paragraph, after identifying upwind geographic areas from which emissions potentially contribute, EPA analyzed air quality design values within each ecoregion set of influences, et cetera. Value EAQM values were estimated. This is all reports of activities and findings that, to my thinking, belongs in the literature, not in this document.
And I'm just gonna, CASAC, obviously this is a topic of discussion, but I'll just mention that we were together, or many of us were together just 2 weeks ago, talking about the lead risk and exposure assessment, and talking about
I'm sorry, could you speak, because of the Zoom, if you could just speak a little more slowly and a little more clearly, I'd get much better.
Okay, sure, sorry. I was saying that just a few weeks ago, we were all together and we were talking about the lead risk and exposure assessment. And in that risk and exposure assessment, we were talking about the dust model that will be incorporated, looking at how dust is entering a house, and then how that dust is then, it's very, very complicated as far as the different sources, of course, and how it enters into the house. And then, of course, the different pathways as far as how the children will ingest that dust that includes lead. And I just give this, there's obviously I'm making that model more simple than it actually is, but I just bring this example out to say it's very typical that we do this type of work. The EPA, as part of the NAAQS, does a translation step between the concentrations in the ambient air and the exposure. And I guess I would look at this work as along those same lines, but perhaps CASAC does not, so.
Well, okay, yeah, that may be a good example of a situation where this sort of activity is perhaps justified in this kind of a report. I'm as you might infer, a little bit uneasy about some of the conclusions that are drawn from the activities that are reported here and the results that are reported here. But I don't think it's my role as a member of CASAC to provide that kind of closely detailed analysis of a particular approach that's used to calculate deposition from concentrations elsewhere. I think that sort of activity is rightfully belongs in the peer-reviewed literature and open to the scrutiny of the entire community, as opposed to being part of a document that's used as the basis of standard setting.
So, Stephen, you bring up this really important point. One thing to clarify about the discussion from the lead conversation that happened just 2 weeks ago, that was a planning document as opposed to the final evaluation. So maybe that's something to, for the lead panel to also be thinking about. I think one of the things that has happened over recent years that I came to understand better 2 weeks ago when we had a discussion about this is that the risk and exposure assessment work is now typically folded into the policy assessment. And, in some ways it's, I think, a lot more efficient. And I think Karen, 2 weeks ago in the lead review made a really compelling point that it helps us focus our attention when we see the results of it, then we're not maybe too wrapped up in some of the details that may not have implications for the recommended standards. But what I'm hearing is Stephen's making this other super important point that there are all these detailed technical assumptions that are buried in these quantitative analyses that deserve really careful scrutiny by the right experts. And, on a CASAC panel, in spite of us being expanded now from 7 of us to, which is what happened during the last chair's leadership, to more like 1.5 to 2 dozen, we still may not have all the right experts, and we don't have as many experts as one would in scrutinizing the peer-reviewed literature, something that's out there in the peer-reviewed literature. So what I hear Stephen saying is a super important point that needs to be balanced with what we've also heard from EPA about the value of, for instance, combining these quantitative risk assessments with the policy assessment. But by the time we get to this, and particularly given the time frame of which we had to review this document, our ability to look at those details and the level that may be needed to actually justify the conclusions, we just may not be able to do that job. And anyway, I think this is really, it strikes me this is a super important topic that's really cross-cutting for not just this review, but really all the reviews. And I would love to hear more perspective from panel members about this. And Tana, you have your flag up.
Yeah, I guess I sympathize with Stephen's point of view, but I do think that this was a good analysis, an interesting analysis. I just don't think it's as complete and as fully fleshed out as it should be to form the basis of a potential new standard. And I guess I wanted to chime in on Alexandra's comment that the information about high split in the appendices I thought it was a pretty brief, I was expecting a voluminous appendix on how you did it, but it was actually quite short. And so I do agree with her comment that could be fleshed out quite a bit more. But so I don't have a problem with this analysis being part of the PA. And I think it's really important supporting information, but not quite enough to make me comfortable setting the standard on it. So.
Thank you. And a related point, and then I'll get to Rich, that we've been talking about and that came up particularly with the ozone review is, do we even need a quantitative evaluation to recommend, to provide our scientific advice about the standards? So, which is, and we were reminded by a public commenter that there's nothing that requires that. And that certainly was a big piece of the ozone reconsideration, because for both of the recommendations that CASAC made, they were based entirely on the scientific evidence, because we lacked the risk and exposure assessment analyses that we would have liked to have had to rely on for those. So we had to base our advice exclusively on the scientific evidence. And that is an acceptable thing to be doing. And so that's something I think we should be thinking about here too. Rich.
Yeah, just first a point of clarification. Leanne implied that on the basis of the experience with the lead review that we're no longer going to have risk and exposure assessments as part of the process going forward. Could we?
Yeah, let me clarify. So in the past, we typically had a separate risk and exposure assessment document. And it was, typically a large document. And so moving forward, what we have done is we've, in many cases, folded that risk and exposure information into the policy assessment. It's not, I think there will be cases where we might want the document separate, but in many cases, we find that it's really useful to have it so that it's like really clear how that quantitative information is supporting the policy. And so we've linked them closer together. But I know that there was discussion of this earlier, but the risk and exposure assessment is folded in as part of this policy assessment.
In this case?
In this case, that's
not
correct.
Necessarily forever.
I mean, sometimes we just have scheduling constraints too that really force us to have to do things like that, so.
And as I recall also, sometimes in the past, you would make a determination at the end of the ISA process or criteria document that it wasn't necessary and you would leave it out.
Right, right.
In this case, well, going back to the previous NAAQS review of this subject, an enormous amount of work was done in that risk and exposure assessment, that middle piece. A lot of the really clever, how do we get from concentration to deposition and development of the AAI, and it was a huge amount of work, and it certainly benefited from having the time, I guess, also to do it. I remember CASAC kept encouraging you to go ahead, take more time, you're doing, this is really interesting, keep going. So I think, and in this case, okay, now moving up to the current review, I think we had a review of a proposed risk and exposure assessment. That was one of our last activities. And I remember really looking forward to seeing it because Zach Pecor had some modeling stuff he was promising to do. I couldn't figure out he was going. So to me, maybe that's another piece that we could add in this case. The long time delay is problematic. And I think in this case, maybe the absence of having a more focused risk and exposure assessment is also made it difficult. The last thing I want to say on that is some of the published literature, this isn't a big published literature field, how to translate from air quality to deposition for a national standard. So the publications I've seen are EPA scientists that are reporting on the work that you guys did the last time. So that's my 2 cents.
Praveen, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may add, I'm still having difficulty not having a risk exposure assessment. I asked questions earlier, the quantitative analysis, what did that mean? If it did mean REA, then why don't we say so? And I thought it served a useful purpose. We did the science, and then we did the policy. In between was the bridge. And the bridge was this REA. That is various levels of exposure, various levels of risk, relationship between the two, have options, and then go to policy assessment. I'm still not very clear the way, think about PA plus REA. And I think that's what Rich was saying. And I think it serves useful purpose if you didn't have the time constraints. And maybe in the future, that's the way, maybe you should go back to that approach.
Well, I think it was Stephen, I'll call on you a second. It was our advice in the ozone review to go back to a separate risk and exposure assessment. And then it was the conversation in the lead review, which followed that about the efficiency that was gained. And, EPA is under a 5-year time frame. So that efficiency is important as well. In this one also, Rich, there probably was a planning document for a risk and exposure assessment. And given all the things that contributed to the delay and why we're where we are today, I'm guessing that got scrapped. EPA could clarify, but may not need to further clarify on that. So I'll turn to Stephen unless somebody at EPA wants to comment first.
I just wanted to reset just a little bit with respect to chapter 6. We do think in this space of a standard based on air quality that it is integral to evaluating whether or not the current standards are requisite and what future standards might be protective of welfare, to understand this relationship between concentration and deposition. We saw a gap in the literature, particularly in the national scale, through this EAQM effort, to better understand how upwind design values for oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur, and PM relate to downwind deposition. So based on that gap, we thought it was important to do this analysis. I just wanted to sort of reset there. And I think, the comments that have been made by the panel have been extremely helpful. I think for this particular exercise, beyond maybe any larger issues with respect to, peer-reviewed literature and separate REAs, I think what would be extremely helpful with respect to this review would be to the extent that as we discuss the uncertainties and limitations of these analyses, and how they relate to what happens in chapter 7 and some of the conclusions that are made there, I think that's where your all's input is going to be most useful in this specific context. So just a slight reset there. This certainly is one of those spaces, establishing these relationships is more in the uncertainties than the certainties. And we acknowledge that. And to the extent that we can clarify that better, definitely looking for advice.
And that's helpful. We probably do need to focus more on what we're trying to accomplish here. But the big picture, I think, particularly for some of us that are on the charter CASAC, is also really important to be thinking about. Stephen.
Yeah, thank you. I think what Mr. Dole just said is exactly on target. There is a need for relationships between upwind concentrations and downwind deposition. We therefore designed and carried out a study to calculate that. And we present that work here. This is a journal article. We present that work here. We evaluate the findings from this, and here's what we did, and here's what we found. So that, I think any journal would be happy to publish that sort of thing based on what he just outlined. And then a document such as this cites the approach and findings of that sort of a study and says, we use the results of that for the purpose of standard setting. I think that's what I would advocate as sort of an ideal approach. There may have to be some compromises based on matters of time and legal requirements and so forth, but if there are, then maybe they should be set out and therefore justifying putting the report of this activity and the findings of this activity in this report as opposed to the model that I'm outlining. So in any event, I think Mr. Dole just outlined perfectly what needs to be done. And the question, I think, is then where to do it.
So one thing, Stephen, is to make sure and that the pieces that you've articulated that belong in the peer-reviewed literature, that goes in the future research, which is part of chapter 7. So that's an important thing for us to incorporate into our comments. And then I think returning to what Pat Dolnick said also, is there specific advice we can give or specific places where we're concerned about the conclusions of this analysis? Is there anything specific that we should be touching on?
I don't know if that question was addressed to me or more broadly to the panel.
To the whole panel, but you are welcome to respond, and then Bill McDowell's next.
Yeah, I do think that the one component of that activity is an assessment of the accuracy of the approach that's being advocated and taking. And I'm not sure that that accuracy is sufficiently assessed in this document.
All right, thank you. And if you could, if you're able either now or in your individual comments to provide some specific details about where that's missing, I think that would be well appreciated. I won't put you on the spot to do that right this second. And Bill.
Thanks. This chapter is one that gives me considerable pause because up until this point in our sequence of progression of data, response, effectiveness of control measures, how that's affecting the general welfare, it's like, okay, I see the logic and I can follow it and I say, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. I look at these figures and it's the same. I have the same response now after reading it more closely as I had on our original call. I don't understand these at all. The sulfate in this scatter plot of 611, I don't understand why everything's regressed against everything else. I don't understand why there are these bi or trifurcations in the data set. And I mean, it's okay to say, well, we plotted everything against everything because we just wanted to see if there's any relationship anywhere. But that's not a very satisfying thing to do beyond just like, I wonder what our data show. And so it seems that this should be crisply articulating, here's what we think is going on in the air quality Earth system sphere. Like, this is how we think the system works. And here's the data that we have that make us think this way, so that therefore, if we measure this, we can predict that. I don't get it. I've been puzzling over this for the last, throughout all our discussion here and earlier before today, and I still have real trouble with it. And, some of the things that I have issues with are, well, I guess I don't understand why you use the units you do. There's a weighted, it's hard to keep scrolling through, weighting, sometimes it's a weighted average versus a max average of the maximum. It's like, oh, okay, maybe I understand that, but weighted by what? I have no idea. And so at the level of technically describing what is done, it still comes a little bit short. But more importantly, at the level of understanding why it's done, why do we expect one thing to lead to the other when so many of the variables are obviously a CASAC concentration, which is used to predict dry deposition, will be well related to, quote, dry deposition, because of course you used it in the calculation. So that's not, it's not a bad thing to do that. It's reassuring that the driver is what shows up. But how does that give us any more confidence in the numbers? Why does it? So I find that really lacking. The more I look at this, the more I'm just puzzled. And it doesn't give me confidence in the conclusions as to what we should do next.
All right, thank you. Stephen, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know the name of the gentleman who just spoke, but I wholly concur in what he was saying about these bifurcations and trifurcations. There's a very nice program, scientific program called Data Desk And you have plots like this, and you take an oval tool or a lasso tool, and you circle some subset of the data, and they light up. And the same data points light up in all the others plots of this thing. So you know what's related to what. And one of the things will be where the measurements might be made. And one of the things will be when they were made, and various other quantities that all light up. And you get that kind of insight into a data set like this, and just rather than just throwing it on the page. And if I were a reviewer of this for a scientific journal, I would say to the authors of this, go back and do that and try to explain some of these bifurcations and trifurcations as just one element of what you've presented here. So that's a great virtue of the peer review process and the publication process, and it's missing here. So the conclusions that are being drawn may or may not be supported by more detailed analysis, and that's a concern that I'm reflecting about presenting sort of new work in a document of this sort.
So a couple of flags up. Are they left over here, Donna and Bill? Oh, but Alexandra also. I'm sorry, Donna.
So just to address one of Bill's issues, and going back to that high split explanation and appendix, my interpretation of what you've done is that it's essentially a weighted residence time analysis, give or take a few tweaks. And so I think if you walk through that sort of step by step in the appendix, maybe include some surface plots, that show how you get from those trajectories to a surface to a concentration. I think that would be really helpful in clarifying what the EAQM is. So just a comment.
Thank you. And then Alexandra, and then Rich.
So I guess I wanted to agree with Donna about the analyses maybe seeming preliminary, maybe that's the word, or not fully complete yet. But in regards to the standard setting, we're basing that on the totality of the evidence, not just chapter 6, right? And so I think it's kind of important to bear that in mind as well, that it's not all based on chapter 6, but the entire document. So I think it's just important to remember that for context.
Thank you, Rich.
Well, I certainly felt empathy for the agency, and reading this chapter could be entitled "Desperately Searching for an Indicator" when we're stuck with trying to regulate deposition with an air quality thing, and when we can't touch ammonia, because it's not a criteria pollutant. So that's a really difficult task, and I thought you did really well. And I wanted to comment that, like Donna, figure 625 just blows me away. And, it's not often that you need to explain how something worked really well, but there's got to be a reason. And it brings me back to another comment that I made, is that if PM relates well to N deposition, then the N components of PM logically would relate even better. One additional thought I had was that, especially when Stephen was talking about, the need to use tools in the scientific literature, of course, there are tons of CMAQ papers that are out there and published, and that model has been used in justifying all of the major interstate transport related linkages between emissions and downwind concentrations. And there's certainly a deposition component in CMAQ. But anyway, as an exercise, I know you don't have time, but you could do this whole thing, polling CMAQ relative to what's deposition relative to various air quality. That might be another way to look at things in the future that could rely on thoroughly published and evaluated results.
So, you EPA have a comment or?
I just have a quick clarifying question for your suggestion. Is your suggestion essentially to conduct an evaluation of the CMAQ deposition fields, or did you have in mind doing a different analysis?
Oh,
sorry.
It seems to me that you could pull CMAQ results to develop the linkage between nitrogen, all the different nitrogen air quality components in CMAQ and deposition. That it might be a way to look at what's the best indicator, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
So any more hands or I feel like I don't have the scientific expertise to really understand this, but I feel like we haven't really resolved how valuable the analyses in this chapter are. I'm hearing two pretty strongly different points of view. One is, that there's a bunch of hidden things that cause questions or confusion. And the other is that, they're useful. And so what is our opinion? Or have I gotten that wrong? Have other people heard something different?
Dr. Shepard, if I could just tweak that statement a little bit or extend that statement a little bit, starting where Dr. Schwartz was, which is acknowledging a priori that this is an enormously challenging task with no perfect answer, as we've shown over the last two reviews. So in light of those uncertainties, does the policy assessment, and I appreciate very much the comments received so far as to how we can better explain the methodologies and maybe tighten up some of the conclusions. But exactly as you laid it out, in light of the challenge before us and the description of the uncertainties and limitations, is the use of these analyses in Chapter 7 sufficient? So just a minor extension.
All right, thank you. And I saw Stephen had his hand up.
Yeah, a couple of points. First, to the remark just expressed by Mr. Dolick. I don't dispute what he just said. I'm just wondering whether this document is the place for it. There's an awful lot of analysis, activity, running of models, running the high split, calculating the deposition that I think to be in a peer-reviewed journal article would have to go into much more detail of what was done and what was found. And I think that's the place for it, not here. And that's really the point that my overarching point here. I just looked at figure 625, which somebody just mentioned in my own comment to myself. This is an astonishingly strong correlation, but as mentioned, PM contains much more than nitrogen, and nitrogen deposition also from HNO3, and I'm wondering to what extent that can be a coincidence. It's a remarkable correlation. I concur in that, but I sort of need to understand the reasons for that, but it's astonishingly well correlated.
So astonishingly well correlated to the point that we're not sure if we believe it is what I'm maybe hearing, some of us.
Yeah, I want to come back to what Donna, you started with this. You were surprised, amazingly surprised. And we still are, right? And we don't seem to figure out why correlation is so beautiful here. So that tells me something is not working. I mean, we kind of think of these things based on our understanding of basic physics, basic chemistry, and this doesn't seem to kind of verify that.
Okay, so one vote for that's too good to be true. And Bob Haworth, are you going to help us resolve this?
Yeah, I'll join the too good to be true. I mean, it is an astonishing correlation for the sort of information one would expect to go in here, and it may. I mean, it's a correlation for sure. I'm not questioning the honesty of whoever pulled it together, but it needs explanation in order to be compelling. We need to understand much more what the input terms are and what's driving that relationship, and make sure it's not some spurious element. So I understand fully the amount of effort that's gone into the analysis that's presented here, but I agree with Stephen that this needs. I don't feel like I'm a competent reviewer. I work around the edges of this. We use the high split model for some of our own work. We do deposition modeling. We work with CMAQ folks on it regularly. But I can't evaluate what's behind this at all. And I think it needs to have a much more thorough, more detailed review that a journal would provide. I worry very much about having it go forward as part of this document without that sort of more detailed review. It's a cool correlation, but what's driving it? We need to understand that.
So I'm hearing that we're maybe converging a little bit on a lot of work, potentially useful, not sure we can trust it because there are a lot of questions. Yeah, Donna, Bill. And Alexandra. Okay, Bill, Alexandra, and then I guess Donna, if do you want to just say
what might be helpful for me to know which of the two camps I fall into. Do you guys have an understanding, or can you explain to me why the sulfur deposition against the sulfur PM 2.5 is so figure 623 is so different from the nitrogen deposition against the PM 2.5, not just in the tightness of the fit, but rather in the huge divergence where sulfur seems to be, following some other rules, and that's to me that's what I find most alarming. Is like, well, why are they so different? I mean, maybe you can explain it, but that would be cool.
I don't want to try to explain it on the spot, but I think what we're hearing loud and clear is that we need to provide a little more description along with each of these figures as to the why, both in the case of demarcations and in those places where the correlation looks really strong. Point well taken.
And I want to go on record as saying I think the methodology is sound. The CAQM approach I think is a good one. And it's just as some of the data is problematic.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't want to cut this discussion off, but I'm wondering, do we need these analyses to move forward with the standard setting process? Can we make our recommendations based on everything else we have? I think maybe taking the long view here might be good.
Well, I think that is an important thing that we'll have to wrestle with. And that will in part come on, I mean, we collectively in these recent reviews have put, as individual panelists, have put more or less weight on the risk and exposure assessment, as we called it then, the quantitative analyses, ranging from one dissenting a point of view to the rest of the panel and the ozone review with different weights based on the absence of that information. So I think that is an important thing that we'll have to think about. other comments on this? I think related to Alexandra's comment, I thought it might be worth at least bringing up briefly the conversation we had this morning about the need. Like, one of the things that we talked about we could recommend is not having to go through air quality in terms of the standard, that addressing deposition directly is, if that's the way I properly understood it, is something that we could be recommending. And that's something that came up this morning in our discussion of chapter 1. So it seemed like that's really relevant to this topic as well, because it would certainly the weight one would put on this would be different if you didn't think you needed to go through the steps that were gone through in this analysis. Further discussion on chapter 6. Stephen.
Yeah, if I might just respond to your statement that we don't need this, I think to some extent the standard setting process, which is setting standards for air concentrations, as being used to protect sensitive ecosystems from deposition beyond some standard there, is central. I don't know that we can get around it.
Yeah, I guess I'm not, I looked to the people, was it Charlie that this morning that brought up this topic to articulate it better than maybe I just did. The question about whether looking at deposition directly as opposed to setting a standard based on air quality for under the Clean Air Act. That was the conversation we had this morning.
And I thought that was a very useful conversation. And I raised the question whether the legislation permits a deposition standard versus only a concentration standard. And I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, we had some discussion about that this morning. My sense was that some of us thought the legislation did permit it, and there was different interpretation by the legal folks. And there was the previous work under the Clean Air Act amendments in the 90s and the acid rain and so on that would suggest that that might be possible. I'm hoping that our experts will articulate this much better when we write up our comments. Further discussion on chapter 6. Any EPA?
I just want to touch on the deposition thing, and we can have David come up here again, but if I can put it in a nutshell, and David, you can shake your head if I say this incorrectly. EPA's position is that that the Clean Air Act does not allow us to set a deposition standard in this case. And that is why we have done all of this work in linking deposition and concentrations. So if and David, you're welcome to come up here and say it in more legal terms, but that is the understanding that we are operating under, and that is why you see this information linking air quality concentrations to deposition. And so I guess I just want to also add, if there are feelings that the way that the approach that we have taken here in doing that and linking the air quality concentrations to deposition is not adequate, even with improvements, I think we would be interested in CASAC's view on then how one does that, especially in looking at adequacy of the standard or in adequacy of a revised standard. So.
Thank you. Further comments?
Let me just thank Ms. Wesson for that response. That resolves that question for me.
So, Donna, you don't have doesn't sound to me like you have a particularly easy task in front of you. Do you feel like you have what you need to take the lead on writing up this consensus response?
Well, I can certainly take a stab at it and try to be as, I don't know, representative as possible. And I think clearly we don't have a consensus. But I think we have a lot of helpful things. I hope we have some helpful things to say to EPA. Are we required to have a consensus?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, we're not required to have a consensus about anything, but my goal is that for our recommendations regarding the standard that we can reach consensus. I think the rest of this is not less important, but feeds into that and may or may not have weight in terms of our conclusions about the standard.
And can I also ask, are we going to come up with our chapter summaries tomorrow? Is that in the plan, or do we do that post meeting?
Yeah, so we're actually not that far ahead of schedule, but I think it depends on how long the discussion goes tomorrow and when people need to leave. But certainly if we're here, people can work together in small groups and start, but we're not planning on presenting a summary comments tomorrow, if that answers your question. So we have about a half an hour left on our scheduled time. What I was wondering if it would be valuable to have any kind of preliminary conversation about the standards and sort of chapter 7 without the formal presentation or the structure that we have, and we'll do that tomorrow morning. The only reason I'm thinking that is if there's anything we need to do that's going to lead us down a path that deviates considerably from what's in the document, that it would be good to have that preliminary conversation now so people could think about it overnight. And Alexandra, are you going to help me with this?
I don't know if asking someone to do homework is helpful. But I think for me, at least, after going through this very large detailed document, I've really appreciated the introductions that you've done to every chapter. They've been very useful. And I was thinking perhaps for tomorrow, we could have some sort of synthesis of each proposed standard with the supporting evidence from the various chapters so that I can see that totality of the body of evidence and see how it's weighted in determining, like in proposing those different standards. Does that make sense? So I think whether it's a table, I know there's a table in there on the policy options, but I think just sort of that synthesis of the whole document boiling down to what's being recommended and what's supporting that recommendation would be helpful to me. And I completely understand that that's more work, and if that's not possible, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, no, we'd be happy to do that. Maybe start tomorrow off with that. Yeah.
Homework for EPA, huh? Does anyone have anything you want to talk about today, about your preliminary thoughts about the standards? Agree, disagree? Oh, Stephen.
Yeah, sorry to be monopolizing things here. Just a logistical question. If people are going to be thinking about things overnight, do we have a way of communicating with each other? Do we send it in materials to Aaron and then he forwards to all? Or how does that work?
So I'll let Aaron follow up with after and correct me. However, I mean, you're welcome in small groups to email with each other directly and CC him. And if there's anything you want everybody to see, and when everybody sees it, it also has to be made public, then you just let Aaron know and he'll get it posted. And do you want to follow up, Aaron?
Yeah, just to clarify, you can't email the entire panel.
If you're emailing each other regarding the specific charge questions in your subgroups, that's okay. Just make sure to copy me. But if it's for discussion, items for discussion for tomorrow, then it's probably better to send it as preliminary comments, and that way everyone can see it ahead of time and we can post it on the web as well.
Okay, I don't know that I have a list of everybody's email address. I was just trying to look up, I think it was Lorraine's email and couldn't find it. So do we have everybody else's emails?
So for those in the room, you have it you should have it in your packet. There's an internal roster that has everyone's email addresses and contact information. Stephen, I sent that to you earlier today with those directions as well.
Okay, thanks. I'm unable to keep up with everything. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, we have gotten a flood of emails from Aaron, some of us more than others because we've been on a couple of panels lately. So it's been a lot. Anybody want to talk about their preliminary thoughts about the standards now? It's at the end of the day, so maybe we just let it go. I'm thinking of trying to make Alexandra's job a little easier, but she already asked for something to help her, so maybe that's what's needed. Go ahead.
I think based on my reading that will help a lot of us, because I think a lot of our questions were relating to, remind me again where this number came from, what the level was, et cetera. So I think that will really facilitate our discussion.
All right, I'm not seeing any hands up, and it's late enough in the day that I guess I'll turn it back over to Aaron to recess us until tomorrow.
Yeah, and then just a reminder to members of the public, if you would like to make an additional clarifying comment, please let me know before 8:30 tomorrow morning. We can be recessed. See y'all tomorrow, 8:30.